Chapter 34-35. Although the human race only had 1 million people, with Yi Shiwen's help, they were able to kill to their heart's content with just 1 million people. The Devil Path Era's army was forced to retreat again and again. The Devil Path Era's army simply couldn't organize a decent defense. Their entire army spirit was crushed. At this time, an army of 1 million people quickly gathered on the satellite town and rushed out to attack the Devil Era's army from the front and back with the human race army. Although they were not as elite as the human race army, the Devil Era's army had lost its spirit. Even the human race army could not stop them and was forced to retreat again and again. The slave masters who were attacking the satellite town stopped one after another. At this time, the people who were controlling them could not even look after themselves. Naturally, they did not need to send themselves to death one by one. However, they did not take advantage of the chaos to escape because they were under the slave restriction. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. As long as the Devil Era's people were still alive, they would die with a single thought. What was even more cruel was that if the Devil Emperors leading the Devil Era's army died, they would also die and be buried with them. This was similar to the seal that Yi Shiwen used on the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor, but it was more cruel. Anyway, they were going to die anyway, so it did not matter at all. Just as the armies of the human race and the satellite star city pincered the Demon Path Era's army and forced them to retreat, a figure flew out from the satellite star city. It was a sovereign emperor. He went straight to Yi Shiwen and bowed, respectfully. "Greetings, Your Honor. Junior Mu Huang represents the entire city to thank Your Honor for coming to rescue us." This was an Empyrean whose entire body was shrouded in a dark green aura of the laws, like an old tree. At a glance, it could be seen that he cultivated the wood laws. "Get up. No need to thank me. I was ordered to come to rescue you," Yi Shiwen said with a wave of his hand. The Mu Huang got up and glanced at Yi Shiwen. Then he could not help but ask, "Please forgive this junior for not knowing Your Honor's great name. I am from the Fortune God dynasty. My title is Wu Zun. It is normal that you do not know me." This time, when the Fortune God dynasty heard that Moon City had fallen, they led the army to rescue us. I am just one of them. Now, all the armies have gone to different places to rescue us, Yi Shiwen said faintly. "Is that so? That's great." Mu Huang was pleasantly surprised. In this period of time, they had encountered unprecedented changes. The Eternal God City that was known as the Eternal God City had actually fallen. Their satellite cities were right next to the Moon City. He knew that there would definitely be an army from the ancient era coming to attack them. He had been living in a constant state of anxiety, waiting for reinforcements from the other divine cities. Now that the reinforcements from the Fortune God dynasty had arrived, his heart instantly calmed down. "Are you the only emperor in your city?" Yi Shiwen looked at the Wood Emperor. This Wood Emperor's martial power was quite profound. He also had the cultivation of the Eighth Realm. He wasn't inferior to the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor. However, Yi Shiwen felt that he wasn't enough to guard such a huge satellite city. Originally, there were 2 other Taoist friends. However, the Devil Lord of the Devil Era had attacked us. Both of them were killed in that battle. I was also seriously injured. In the end, we could only defend passively. If it weren't for the Lord leading the army to rescue us, I am afraid that we would have fallen like the other cities. Mu Huang couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression. The 2 Taoist friends who had fallen in that battle were his comrades for many years. Extreme Tao experts like the Emperor were not emotionless. How could such a long-lasting friendship not hurt? There was a heavenly lord from the Devil Era? Why didn't I see it? Yi Shiwen asked. Originally, the Devil Lord of the Devil Era was also participating in the siege. However, he seemed to have received some news and left, leaving only the army to continue the siege. Later, it was the Lord who came to rescue us, Mu Huang explained. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly. If there was a demon venerable in the demon era's army, then the situation would be different. However, it didn't matter. When that demon venerable returned, he wouldn't be able to overturn the situation. Although these satellite cities weren't as majestic as the 10 great divine cities, it was impossible for a heavenly lord to break through them alone. This was because when these cities were built, they were built by heavenly lords of the fortune god dynasty. They also had countermeasures against heavenly lords. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize the army. Just those heavenly lords could sweep through them one by one. Yi Shiwen told the Wood Emperor about the 3 cities he was in charge of. Now he had rescued this city. Another one had fallen. Only the situation of the last one was still unknown. Reporting to your honor, as far as I know, the demonic Path Epic's army is responsible for sweeping through this region. Now that the demonic Path Epic's army has gathered here, they shouldn't have moved against the other city yet. Your honor can let them pass. Mu Huang paused and said, "That's good." Yi Shiwen nodded. If they broke through a satellite city, they would definitely be able to plunder a lot of resources and wealth. It was no wonder that those ancient eras had to sweep through the cities in batches and regions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to divide the spoils evenly. Lord, now that I see that the other Taoists under you are having a hard time, do you need me to help? The Mu Emperor suggested. With his strength, he would naturally be able to greatly improve their situation once he made a move. No need. I'm doing this to hone them. Otherwise, I can easily destroy these Devil Era's demon emperors. Yi Shiwen shook his head. Mu Huang finally understood Yi Shiwen's plan. He couldn't help but be shocked. What a grand plan. Using these Devil Era's emperors as stepping stones to hone his subordinates. Only a heavenly lord could do such a grand plan. Since Yi Shiwen knew that the other city was safe and sound, Yi Shiwen could breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't have to hastily end the battle here and rush to the other side to provide support. He could watch them fight. Although Yi Shiwen had suppressed their abilities, it had also stimulated the ferocity from the source of life in their bones. Not to mention, in their opinion, this might be their only chance to escape. Therefore, Bian Xiaoye and the others were having a hard time fighting, especially Bian Xiaoye. Her cultivation was the weakest, and her realm was also the weakest. Now, she had to face 2 old monsters who had been suppressed by Yi Shiwen to the same realm. At this time, she had also been forced to use all her potential. She no longer thought about the matter of Yi Shiwen standing by the side. She only treated this as a life and death battle. At this moment, the mysterious creation pill that she had swallowed earlier was being refined frantically. Originally, with her skills, it would have been impossible for her to refine it in one go. She only needed to refine it a little. Just a little bit was enough to help her stabilize her realm. And now, in this life and death battle, the medicinal power of the mysterious creation pill began to spread. She only felt that the more she fought, the more profound her cultivation became. The more the battle went, the more it became smoother. Gradually, she didn't feel so uncomfortable. She gradually found her own rhythm and advantage from the airtight attacks of the 2 experts. The same was true for the other 2. As the core of the human race, they were naturally rewarded by Yi Shiwen with mysterious creation pills. After all, during the trip to the divine capital of fortune, Yi Shiwen had fished in troubled waters and obtained a lot of mysterious creation pills. For him, who had already entered the heavenly lord realm, the effect of mysterious creation pills was no longer that significant. But for these emperors, it still had a miraculous effect. At this time, they had gradually played their role. They were no longer completely passive. In fact, as time passed, the more they fought, the more intense the battle between the 2 sides became. The entire primal chaos exploded and tumbled. On the other side, the army of the demonic era, which had lost its military spirit and was a group of dragons without a leader, was finally annihilated after more than half a day of encirclement. In the end, not a single person escaped. All of them died in battle. It could be seen that although this wasn't the most elite army of the demonic era, it was still an iron-blooded army. But it was still useless. All of them were annihilated. Yi Shiwen stretched out his hand and crushed the flesh and blood of the demonic Path Era's army of more than 20 million. He refined them into medicinal pills that could increase cultivation and distributed them to the human race army. These medicinal pills were not very useful to him, but to the human race elites, it was enough to raise their cultivation by a small realm. As for the reinforcements from the satellite cities, everyone had a share. Yi Shiwen wasn't stingy. Immediately, these people were grateful to Yi Shiwen. The troops on the city wall who didn't attack were also envious. It was rare to encounter such a generous heavenly lord. At this time, Yi Shiwen could wholeheartedly observe the battle between Bian Xiaoye and the others. Among these three, Bian Xiaoye's strength was the weakest, but her progress was the fastest. After refining the mysterious good fortune pill, it was almost equivalent to gaining 100,000 years of power out of thin air. In a short period of time, it allowed her to reach the peak of the first realm. Thus, she had the qualifications to be on an equal footing with the masters of the two great Devil Era's era. She could fight against any one of them without falling into a disadvantageous position. Even if she were to face the two of them together, it would not be a problem for her. As for the other two, they were slightly slower. They had been emperors for many years and were stronger. However, they weren't as flexible. So it was difficult for them to have such amazing changes like Bian Xiaoye. However, they managed to break through to the peak of their realm under the pressure of the enemy. The more these demonic era's experts fought with all their might, the more they wanted to break free. However, they became nutrients and stepping stones for the three's progress, allowing them to break through continuously. Chapter 34-36. The Wood Emperor was dumbfounded when he saw the cultivation of the three of them skyrocketing right before his eyes. He naturally understood that they must be digesting some kind of elixir. But even so, it wasn't easy for them to have their skills skyrocket under such pressure. This battle continued for another 10 days and 10 nights, but in this primal chaos chi was everywhere, so no one paid attention to the passage of time. They only felt that the battle was getting faster and more intense. Finally, the entire battlefield changed for the first time. Bian Xiaoye sent a Devil Era expert flying with a punch, then turned around and suppressed another Devil Era expert with the 6 paths of reincarnation. They were different from Bian Xiaoye, who had most of their cultivation sealed by Yi Shiwen. The more they fought, the weaker they became. Finally, they could not hold on any longer and were hit in the chest, spurting out a mouthful of blood. The laws released from his body were also crushed by Bian Xiaoye's martial Dao laws. This era was the martial Dao era, so all the laws related to martial Dao were the strongest. The laws of the other eras, no matter how strong they were, would be suppressed by the heavenly Dao. This was already far away from the depths of the Fortune God dynasty. If they were in the Fortune God dynasty, it was possible that a first realm emperor would be killed by a quasi-emperor. After the collapse of the laws, he suffered serious injuries and spurted out blood. Bian Xiaoye's attacks fell like a storm. Bian Xiaoye had matured at an astonishing speed after experiencing the fight with the Emperor. In fact, her speed was even faster than Yi Shiwen had imagined. She really had the ability to kill in one move. She killed the Devil Emperor of this Devil Era in one move, turning him into a sky full of blood and instantly killing his spirit. Without a restraint, Bian Xiaoye's speed increased, and she directly rushed towards the Devil Emperor of another Devil Era who had just reacted. She erupted with terrifying attack power, and a series of attacks directly stunned the Devil Emperor of the Devil Era. He did not expect that after being shaken back for a while and being held back by Yi Shiwen's incarnation for a while, his companion had already been killed. But soon he understood why his companions died so quickly. Bian Xiaoye, who had reached the peak of the first realm, had also exploded to an unimaginable level. Without his companions restraining him, He was no match for Bian Xiaoya at all. He couldn't even restrain Bian Xiaoya slightly. After another series of attacks, he exploded on the spot and was also killed by Bian Xiaoya. After Bian Xiaoya, another half a day passed, and the second person to solve the problem was Ren Huang. After the mysterious creation pill had greatly increased his strength, his combat power could be compared to that of the veteran demon emperor from the Devil era, and it was even faintly stronger. Finally, he seized the opportunity to severely injure him and then kill him. Compared to the two of them, Thunderous Monarch's battle was undoubtedly much more difficult. How could it be easy for him to face two opponents of the same cultivation level? However, he gradually took the initiative. It took him another 10 days to seize the opportunity to severely injure an opponent and then kill him. However, at this time he was also severely injured. In order to seize this opportunity, he paid a great price. Then, after a few more days, Thunderous Monarch finally recovered completely. He no longer fought with the opponent and killed the opponent with the Great Thunder technique. Although it took a lot of time compared to the battle between emperors, especially with so many twists and turns, it was considered very short. These corpses were collected by them. They were all killed by themselves, so they had very high value, not to mention the resources and wealth of the ancient era that these devil emperors had. This was completely different from the Fortune God dynasty, and it also had a great role of enlightenment for them. After killing the opponents, Bian Xiaoya and the other two came to visit Yi Shiwen. Especially in this battle, their harvest was huge. Yi Shiwen sealed the opponent's cultivation, so they could temper themselves. The three almost unanimously expressed that as long as they were given a little more time, their breakthrough would only be a matter of time. In particular, Thunderous Monarch was already in the 8th realm. If he went one step further, he would be in the 9th realm. In that case, it could be said that he had truly touched the edge of the peak of the Emperor realm. He was only one step away from those real peak Emperor realm. At that time, he could truly become the pillar of the human race, alleviating the awkwardness of the human race not having a real peak Emperor realm. As for Bian Xiaoya, she could enter the 2nd realm, completely breaking away from the ranks of the weakest Emperor realm. Her human emperor also went one step further, almost touching the threshold of the high-level Emperor realm. All of them had great gains. After quelling the Devil Era's army, Yi Shiwen called Bian Xiaoya, the other two, and the Mu Emperor together and said, "Lead the army into the city." Previously, the Mu Emperor said that there are heavenly venerables of the devil race in this area. "I will go and search for them. Don't leave the city. Wait for me to come back." Yi Shiwen said the heavenly venerables that the Mu Emperor had mentioned previously had always worried him. He decided to search for them personally. Naturally, he would not bring Bian Xiaoya and the others along. After all, a battle between heavenly venerables was not something they could casually intervene in. Even the Thunderous Monarch, who had the highest cultivation, could not withstand it. Yes, naturally, they did not dare to disobey Yi Shiwen's orders. They quickly led their troops and retreated into the satellite town. It was too dangerous to encounter heavenly venerables in such a chaotic place. Moreover, they really needed a place where they could cultivate in peace and have a breakthrough. After settling down, Yi Shiwen went straight into the chaos. With the support of the satellite town, even if they encountered heavenly venerables, they could still hold on for a while. After all, it was a satellite town built by the Fortune God dynasty. It was not just for show. It also had strong defensive capabilities. The first thing Yi Shiwen did was to rush to another satellite town. After confirming that it was indeed safe and that it had not been attacked, Yi Shiwen left. Although the Mu Emperor had mentioned it before, he still felt uneasy because he had not seen it with his own eyes. Apart from this satellite town, Yi Shiwen flew for half a day and arrived at another satellite town. It was also the last satellite town that he was responsible for. Sure enough, it had already been captured by the Devil Dao Era's army. Devil Qi soared into the sky, and the Devil Dao Era's devil race was flying in and out everywhere. This place had already been transformed into a lair by the devil Dao Era's army. Yi Shiwen explored for a while and decided that he would first search for the devil Dao Era's heavenly venerables. Then he would lead the human race army to capture this satellite town. At this time, the defense of this satellite town had already been shattered when it was captured. The devil Dao Era's people were rebuilding the defensive line of this satellite town with the array formations and barriers that they had obtained from their fortuitous encounters. Obviously, they hoped to stay here for a long time. After suppressing the idea of attacking, Yi Shiwen continued to search in the chaos. He cleaned up a few chaotic creatures and collected their bodies. These were all good things that were extremely rare in the Fortune God dynasty. Yi Shiwen even encountered many Emperor Realm creatures. They reached the Emperor Realm by relying on their instincts. However, they did not understand the great Tao and could not live forever. After a period of time, they would die. Once they died in this chaos, even if their bodies could resist the corrosion of the primal chaos, they would gradually be corroded by the primal chaos. Suddenly, an unusual surge of primal chaos energy caught Yi Shiwen's attention while he was still searching in the primal chaos. Soon, Yi Shiwen followed the surging primal chaos energy and flew forward. He soon saw two silhouettes flying rapidly in the primal chaos. Their bodies were emitting rays of light that resembled sharp swords. They were cleaving the waves and cleaving the primal chaos. Two heavenly venerables. Yi Shiwen immediately recognized them. However, these two heavenly venerables were clearly not experts of the Fortune God dynasty. They had the characteristics of the ancient era. One of them had the strong characteristics of the devil Dao era. It was the devil Dao era's heavenly venerables. The other was a woman in a light yellow dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and her facial features were exquisite. Her eyes were like a pair of amber, breathtakingly beautiful. However, the woman was clearly injured. Her light yellow dress had long been stained with golden blood, and her face looked extremely pale. The devil Dao era's heavenly venerables behind her was tall and burly. His body was covered in black scales, and he wore a suit of armor. He held a long, decapitated blade in his hand. Every step he took was like a thunderclap exploding in the chaos. His entire person was like a meteor as he chased after the woman. Although the woman's face was pale, her speed was not slow at all. She was constantly shifting and flashing, and with every flash, countless runes would appear beneath her feet to form a grand formation. In the blink of an eye, she would appear countless miles away. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen was also a heavenly venerables. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep up with the speed of these two people. He would have lost them in an instant. That devil Dao era's heavenly venerables are most likely the devil Dao era's heavenly venerables in this area. Could it be that he received some news and left in a hurry because of this woman? Yi Shiwen guessed in his heart. However, he didn't slow down. He stepped on a golden light that turned into a teleportation array. His figure moved horizontally as he chased after the woman. The three of them moved horizontally in the chaos, one in front and one behind. The yellow-robed woman's injuries seemed to have worsened, and her speed finally began to slow down. The devil Dao era's heavenly venerables behind her couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw this. He said, "Heavenly Talisman Immortal, hand over your Talisman Dao era's supreme ancestral symbol. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape death today." Supreme ancestral symbol? Behind them, Yi Shiwen couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 34-37. What is that? But it must be something good. Even the Demon King of the Demon Dao era is searching for it. How can it be something ordinary? Yi Shiwen immediately made a judgment in his heart. It must be a supreme treasure. Saint Concealing Demon Emperor, Heaven Talisman Immortal, gritted his teeth. His pale face was flushed with anger. Would you dare to speak to me like this if I was at my peak? Ha ha ha. Heaven Talisman Immortal, If you were at your peak, I would naturally give in to you. But now, you don't even have 1/10 of your peak strength. The fact that you can still stand after being hit by that palm is proof of your outstanding strength. But so what? Saint Concealing Demon Emperor laughed loudly. He did not deny that there was indeed a huge gap between his strength and Heaven Talisman Immortal's at his peak. But that was only when Heaven Talisman Immortal was at his peak. Right now, she was just a stray dog. Heaven Talisman Immortal was angry and anxious. He said angrily, "Don't think you can get away with it, even if I die. I'd like to see how long you can persist. Now that the Talisman Dao era has been destroyed, all your persistence is meaningless. Why don't you join us? Our Demon Dao era is all-encompassing. No matter what era you are from, you can join us and get your rightful position. As long as you hand over the supreme ancestral symbol, you will be able to make a great contribution. Our Demon Dao era might even let your remaining Talisman Dao era go. It's not impossible for you to rebuild the Talisman Dao era. However, you must be a subsidiary of our Demon Dao era and serve for our Demon Dao era to unify the world." Saint Concealing Demon Emperor smiled slightly. He was not in a hurry. It seemed that Heaven Talisman Immortal would not be able to persist. However, he did not think that he would let her go as long as Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable handed over the supreme ancestral symbol. How could that be possible? The Devil Epoch only wanted slaves. Subordinates? That was a joke. Moreover, he did not want to hand over the supreme ancestral symbol at all. As long as he obtained the supreme ancestral symbol, given time, he would become an eternal powerhouse that could move unhindered across the world. He would become one of the top existences in the Devil Epoch. Wasn't that better than handing it over and receiving a small reward? Although Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable didn't know what he was thinking. He knew how cunning the people of the Devil Dao era were. How could he agree? Moreover, the Devil Dao era had destroyed her Talisman Dao era. Her sect, her friends, and the foundation of her great Dao were all destroyed. Without the foundation of this era, she would never have the chance to further explore the great Dao in her life. The anger in her heart had already reached an unimaginable level. However, no matter what, she could not be considered to be at her peak. As she continued to circulate the power in her body, the palm that she had received became heavier and heavier. Very soon, it affected her speed, causing her to become slower and slower. The Saint Concealing Demon Emperor's speed was getting faster and faster. He kept stepping on laws. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he caught up to her. Nothing could be more dangerous than encountering a peak Heavenly Venerable when she was seriously injured and had less than 10% of her strength left. This won't do. I can only fight him. Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable gritted her teeth. If she continued to chase like this, her strength would become weaker and her condition would worsen. She might as well turn around and fight him now. She might have a chance of winning. Suddenly, she heard a clear voice. "Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable, let's make a deal. As long as you give me the supreme ancestral symbol, I'll help you get rid of this guy." Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable shuddered. Someone could actually talk to her. This meant that there was another Heavenly Venerable nearby. Just the Saint Concealing Demon Emperor alone was terrifying enough, not to mention that there was another one hiding. Did the heavens really want her dead? Who's talking? Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable's primordial spirit expanded. "Who are you?" With this interruption, Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable did not want to turn around and fight for the time being. The Saint Concealing Demon Emperor was getting closer and closer, so she started to feel anxious. "It doesn't matter who I am. Just tell me if you agree or not. As long as you agree, I'll help you get rid of him. As for me, you don't have to worry about me. I'm on the same side as the Saint Concealing Demon Emperor. Otherwise, I can watch him kill you. You're injured. Can you still run like this?" The voice continued. "It's fine if you don't agree. In any case, I can watch him kill you before killing him and obtaining the supreme ancestral symbol. Who are you? Come out." Suddenly, Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable stopped and shouted in all directions. This action of hers also gave the Sacred Concealment Demon Emperor fright, because he was in the middle of a chase, and her shout made him think that there was another person. If that was the case, things would inevitably turn out to be complicated. However, he quickly calmed down and sneered at Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable. "Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable, you don't have to play such tricks. Do you think I'll believe you?" The great Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable actually used such a despicable trick. If word gets out, it'll be a huge joke. Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable did not care about the saint concealing Demon Emperor's mockery. Her beautiful eyes stared at the chaos and opened her heavenly eye, as if trying to find the person. "Come out. There's no point in hiding anymore. Didn't you say you'll help me kill this guy? Let me see." Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable said indifferently. "What?" Sacred Concealment Demon Emperor immediately became nervous, because looking at Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable's expression, he definitely did not look like he was joking, because there was no point in deceiving him in this aspect. As long as she did not escape, she would still die. With her injuries, she would not be able to recover in such a short time. Otherwise, she would have already recovered. If there was really someone, then everything would change. Immediately he shouted, "Which friend is here? Please show yourself. The saint concealing demon emperor of the demonic era is here. Please show yourself." Yi Shiwen, who was hiding in the chaos, knew that it was impossible for him to continue hiding. He sighed in his heart. Why is it so difficult to obtain the supreme ancestral symbol safely? I could eliminate the sacred concealment demon emperor and obtain the supreme ancestral symbol at the same time. It would be killing two birds with one stone. However, Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable was obviously not easy to deal with. She used this method to force him to fight with the saint concealing demon emperor behind him. She could fish in troubled waters. This woman was not simple at all. However, he did not care. The so-called conspiracy and tricks were only useful against those who were weak. He had absolute confidence. The saint concealing demon emperor was only at the peak of the third realm. His realm was similar to Yi Shiwen's. However, in terms of combat power, Yi Shiwen was confident that he was invincible in the same realm. Although Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable did not know her true realm, he knew that she was not even 1/10 of her peak. Otherwise, she would not be forced to this extent by the saint concealing demon emperor. Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable, what I said just now is still valid. Yi Shiwen's figure slowly emerged. Seeing his appearance, Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable heaved a sigh of relief. She tried her best to force him to come out and fight with the saint concealing demon emperor. Yi Shiwen's stealth technique was very brilliant. If he was determined not to come out, there was nothing she could do. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be very confident in his strength, so she succeeded. On the other hand, the sacred hidden demon emperor's pair of demon eyes widened. He was just giving it a try just now. Yi Shiwen's invisibility technique was very effective. In fact, he didn't even notice the slightest problem. He was just testing it out of habit. He didn't expect that one of them would really explode. After sensing Yi Shiwen's aura, the saint concealing demon emperor immediately became vigilant. An expert from the martial epoch. Encountering an expert from the martial epoch was not as troublesome as encountering an expert from the ancient era. This was their era. Naturally, they were favored by the heavenly law and were more difficult to deal with. When he heard Yi Shiwen's words, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. He was very afraid of Yi Shiwen, who suddenly appeared, but it did not mean that he was afraid. He was very clear about what the supreme ancestral symbol represented. He could not back down. Yi Shiwen did not look at the saint concealing demon emperor at all. He looked directly at Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerable and said, Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable. You wanted to lure me out. Now that I'm out, I'll ask you again. Do you want a hand over the supreme ancestral symbol? I'll help you kill this saint concealing demon emperor. Otherwise, I'll kill both of you. You know the Fortune God dynasty's attitude towards the ancient era. Killing one is a great merit, let alone killing two. Moreover, there is a great expert like you. I don't mind killing one more. Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable could feel that although Yi Shiwen's words were indifferent, the will in his words could not be disobeyed. If she did not hand over the supreme ancestral symbol, her life might really be in danger. She could not help but feel extremely sullen in her heart. When she thought about the destruction of the talisman epic, she felt sorrow in her heart and her eyes turned red. Suddenly, she said, "Okay, you help me kill him first. At the same time, promise me something else. As long as you agree, I'll give you the supreme ancestral symbol. Otherwise, I won't let you have the opportunity to take advantage of me, even if I have to self-destruct." Good, straightforward. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. I'll eliminate this hindrance first. Yi Shiwen finally looked at the saint concealing demon emperor. At this moment, the saint concealing demon emperor had no value to exist anymore. It was a good time to kill him to eliminate future troubles. Chapter 34-38. You're from the martial epoch. The sacred concealment demon emperor glared at Yi Shiwen with a cold look in his eyes. Yi Shiwen's words had thoroughly infuriated him. The black scales on his body exuded a brilliant light, like a galaxy. His eyes were cold like the edge of a blade. He waved the long blade in his hand slightly. It seemed ordinary, but it directly cut through the universe. A long river of blade Tao was slashed horizontally. It was as long as a galaxy, and it instantly slashed in front of Yi Shiwen. It's just an insignificant skill. Yi Shiwen stood in the chaos like an old tree with its roots deeply rooted in the ground. Then he clenched his fist and drew out the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the void. Compared to Bian Xiaoye's 6 paths of reincarnation fist, Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was more than 100 times more exquisite and powerful. Boom! Yi Shiwen's fist directly hit the long saber, and the collision immediately produced the most dazzling brilliance. These brilliance directly tore apart the chaos. Heaven and earth exploded. An entire chaos violently shook. Even in the vast and boundless chaos, it was difficult to withstand such an attack. This kind of matchless divine power shocked everyone. Although there were no other spectators, the creatures of the chaos had already felt this power. Many of them immediately swam away after sensing this power. Most of them were still trembling on the spot as if the heavens were angry. This was the battle between heavenly lords. Any random battle could be carved into the history books and become a legend. How dare you say that it's an insignificant skill of mine? The demonic sage, concealment demon emperor attacked again, and the long blade in his hand burst out with endless light. Every blade turned into a shocking blade light, which turned into a silver river that blotted out the sky and pressed down. This kind of heaven-defying means was indeed frightening. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the Fortune Divine Dynasty's experts of the same realm, although they might be in the same realm compared to the terrifying experts who had experienced the Great Apocalypse. Their cultivation years were still far from enough. This blade could split open a universe. It was simply too terrifying. Yi Shiwen stood still. The sacred concealment demon emperor was indeed terrifying. It was almost too difficult to kill him in the same realm. However, he was not worried at all. The saber radiance came down, and everything around him was destroyed. It was originally chaos, but it evolved into a world and then returned to chaos. The profound meaning of life and death emerged continuously, and the aura overflowed. One could imagine how terrifying the collision between the two would be. However, he still blasted out a simple punch. In an instant, he felt that the world had stagnated. Even in the chaos, he could still sense the stagnation of the entire world. Especially, Yi Shiwen's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide as he stared at Yi Shiwen's body. It was the flow of time, and it felt like it was flowing everywhere. He had a feeling that his understanding of time law had reached such a level that it could affect the chaos. There was everything in the chaos, but there was nothing at the same time. Therefore, it was almost impossible to affect the time in such a situation. The sacred concealment demon emperor's saber was also very terrifying. He had already comprehended this Tao to an extremely profound level. Therefore, when he unleashed it, it was like thousands of waterfalls had transformed into a galaxy and suddenly fell down, destroying the world. However, everything came to a standstill. It was as if the entire timeline had come to a complete standstill in front of this punch. Wherever this punch passed, the streams of saber aura that were like galaxies would explode one after another. They were not a match for it at all. Rumble. Endless waves of explosions swept out in all directions in the chaos. Everywhere they passed, even the chaos was annihilated and turned into nothingness. It was too terrifying. 2 consecutive sabers couldn't do anything to the opponent at all. This also let the sacred concealment demon emperor roughly know that this guy in front of him was indeed not someone to be trifled with. However, he didn't really take it to heart because he was also very strong. He swung the decapitated saber in his hand, crushing the chaos, and let out an unusually terrifying whistling sound. He directly slashed at Yi Shiwen's face indifferently and ruthlessly. He was obviously extremely conceited. The decapitated saber in his hand could kill any strong enemy. Its divine might was invincible. Once it was unleashed, it would be a big move. However, Yi Shiwen, who was in front of him, didn't have the slightest bit of retreat. He also smashed his fist. All of his martial Tao was integrated into his fist technique. In one punch, there were thousands of secret techniques and thousands of Tao. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. He also walked the path of big moves. Both of their fighting styles were similar, and they directly collided on the spot. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, both sides had exchanged tens of thousands of moves. Heaven Talisman Immortal, who was standing at the side, widened her beautiful watery eyes. She felt stifled in her heart. Yi Shiwen didn't look like he was boasting. She could see that he and the devil Tao Era's sage, concealment demon emperor, who had experienced the great apocalypse, were evenly matched. Perhaps it would be difficult to find a match for him in the Fortune God dynasty. For the first time, she began to consider the feasibility of the plan in her heart. Finally, the 2 sides who were entangled in battle separated. She saw that the sacred concealment demon emperor was constantly retreating in a rather embarrassing manner. He was stumbling, and he was no longer as powerful and conceited as before. If one looked carefully, one would see that his hands were trembling slightly. There was a faint blood flowing down from the perlicue where he held the saber. In the beginning, he was still holding the saber with one hand and slashing at Yi Shiwen. However, after reaching the middle stage, he couldn't hold the saber with one hand and had to hold the saber with both hands to barely maintain it. In the end, he felt that his body was trembling even when he held the saber with both hands. He couldn't divert all the power, and the perlicue was bleeding from the shock. However, Yi Shiwen always used a simple punch in front of him. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, a move of the fresh opposite heaven. It was just a simple attack, but it could break everything. The saber light of the sacred concealment demon emperor could only leave a deep imprint on the boundless nature palm in his hand. Huff, huff, huff. The sacred concealment demon emperor was constantly panting. His eyes were red as if he was possessed. The demonic nature in his body was stimulated by him, and it was brewing. Yi Shiwen, who was in front of him, also turned blood red. The killing intent in his heart soared. After a short fight with Yi Shiwen, he had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. This was an unprecedented situation. He had no choice but to use the demonic nature to enhance his skill. Although he would lose some of his rationality, it was all worth it in his opinion. However, Yi Shiwen, who was opposite to him, still had a calm look on his face. He didn't even gasp for breath. It seemed as if the battle a moment ago was nothing to him. The time robe appeared on his body, and its defense was astonishing. No matter how many saber lights hacked down, they couldn't break through his defense. The laws of time slowly appeared, annihilating everything. Seeing that the sacred concealment demon emperor was about to be possessed, Yi Shiwen shouted from afar. Could it be that the legendary heavenly venerate of the demonic epic who can run amok is only at this level? Then I'm really disappointed. Yes, he didn't use his full strength at all. He was just testing the demonic epic. He had never fought with the experts of the demonic epic before. It was rare for him to meet someone of the same cultivation realm, but weaker than him. He could use this opportunity to understand some of the characteristics of the magic of the demonic epic. After exchanging moves, Shaoqin discovered that the demonic epic's magic arts were more refined and profound than those of the martial epic's demons and other experts who cultivated demonic Dao cultivation techniques. At the start, the demonic epic's magic arts were very similar. However, as time went on, the differences between the two grew. They represented two completely different great Daos. One was the magic of the demonic epic, and the other was the martial arts of the martial epic. They were different in the end. The more Yi Shiwen fought, the more he understood that the next time he met the experts of the demonic epic, he wouldn't be flustered. He would also be able to burst out with his full strength. Compared to the people from the Fortune God dynasty, the sacred concealment demon emperor and the heavenly talisman immortal clearly had rich experience in fighting with the experts of the martial epic. They didn't need to consider this aspect. Hearing Yi Shiwen's words, the sacred concealment demon emperor attacked again. He held the headless saber with both hands, and clanging sounds rang out. In an instant, he sent out thousands of saber lights, and endless scarlet saber aura spread out, drowning the primal chaos. This was a fatal blow. After the sacred concealment demon emperor fell into the demonic path, his strength increased by more than a little. He knew that Yi Shiwen absolutely couldn't block this attack. However, an even more shocking scene happened. The thousands of saber lights that he had slashed down all fell on Yi Shiwen's body, issuing a series of metallic clanging sounds. In an instant, all the saber lights bounced back. Before the destructive power contained in the saber could burst out, he was sent flying. Yi Shiwen's entire body emitted a golden light. He was like the only true god walking in the primal chaos, able to split heaven and earth. These attacks couldn't break through his indestructible true god. Die. In the endless saber lights, the true body of the sacred concealment demon emperor's headless saber was contained. It cut through everything and slashed at Yi Shiwen's face. At this critical moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the headless saber in his hand, preventing the sacred concealment demon emperor from advancing any further. What? The sacred concealment demon emperor's eyes widened. His rationality regained the upper hand. The attack that he had been preparing for a long time couldn't break through Yi Shiwen's defense at all. This made him suddenly wake up. In front of him, the golden divine radiance on Yi Shiwen's body became more and more dazzling, illuminating everything around him. In the end, a terrifying power converged and turned into an attack that struck the sacred concealment demon emperor's body. The sacred concealment demon emperor immediately vomited a mouthful of golden blood, and his entire body was sent flying. Chapter 439. The sacred concealing demon emperor was hit by the attack, and his strong body was sent flying like a meteor. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. He first spat out a mouthful of blood, and he spat out many more mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. He felt like his body was about to explode, and he was seeing stars. How is this possible? How can his cultivation be so much stronger than mine? The sacred, concealing demon emperor was also in disbelief. He had experienced the great apocalypse, and no one in the entire martial epoch could compare to him in terms of cultivation time. Although the current cultivation time and level of power could not be completely proportional, it would not be wrong in the same realm. However, this law was completely lost on Yi Shiwen. His strength was not just powerful, it was simply terrifying. He did not know that Yi Shiwen's body was already different from ordinary people after the transformation of the world tree fruit. His cultivation was even more profound and terrifying. When he just entered the third realm, he was already comparable to the peak third realm. When he entered the peak third realm, he would be invincible. Not only the sacred, concealing demon emperor, but the heaven talisman immortal venerable, who was watching from the side, was also dumbfounded. Yi Shiwen's performance was also completely beyond her expectations. She had never seen such a powerful third realm, heavenly venerable in her life. The sacred, concealing demon emperor had already surpassed the peak third realm, and this was the limit of the limit. After the attack succeeded, Yi Shiwen did not let him escape. Almost instantly, he chased after him again. He suddenly stepped out of the array and instantly arrived in front of the sacred, concealing demon emperor. The sacred concealment demon emperor roared out as he struggled to escape. However, it was futile, as he immediately felt an immense pressure crushing him. He could not break free at all. In the face of this crushing pressure, his magic power, and his laws could not be used at all. Yi Shiwen's next attack fell almost instantaneously and blasted into his chest. Boom! The sacred concealment demon emperor let out a blood-curdling scream. Almost instantly, his physical body was torn into pieces and scattered into the chaos. This time, he no longer doubted Yi Shiwen's determination and strength to kill him. His body, which had been smashed into pieces, quickly gathered together and fled into the distance. How could Yi Shiwen do as he wished? He clenched his fist on the spot and ruthlessly bombarded it. Bang! The Saint Concealment Demon Emperor, who had just reassembled his physical body, was smashed into pieces on the spot. This time his primordial spirit was even weaker. He directly ignited his flesh and blood to cast a terrifying magic. Under the protection of this magic, his primordial spirit left his physical body and fled into the distance. Die! Yi Shiwen said coldly. A longbow appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The longbow was condensed from energy. The law arrow automatically took shape and then suddenly shot out. Boom! In the distance, the primordial spirit of the sacred concealment demon emperor let out a blood-curdling screech. It was completely annihilated by the arrow. After killing the sacred concealment demon emperor, Yi Shiwen quickly collected his physical body. He sacrificed it to the world tree to catalyze the fruit of the world tree. At the same time, he walked towards the heaven talisman immortal and said, "Can you hand over the supreme ancestral symbol now?" Facing Yi Shiwen, who came with the momentum of a great victory, the heaven talisman immortal did not play any tricks. From the battle just now, he had thoroughly understood that with Yi Shiwen's strength, it was really effortless to kill her. After all, she was not at the peak. The heaven talisman immortal nodded slightly and then flipped his hand. A talisman appeared. It was jade in color and almost transparent. There were many ancient law traces that Yi Shiwen could not understand carved on it. It was extremely mysterious. Yi Shiwen could even feel the terrifying power that far surpassed the heavenly master level contained in it. He immediately confirmed that the heaven talisman immortal did not lie to him. This is the supreme ancestral symbol. Yi Shiwen asked. Yes, this is the foundation of our talisman Dao era. The supreme ancestral symbol is also the foundation that maintains our talisman Dao era. If it wasn't for the invasion of the devil Dao era, I would not have fled with it in such a hurry, said the heaven talisman immortal. This is the world that maintained an era. Yi Shiwen was secretly surprised because he also knew that it was impossible for those ancient eras to live in the primal chaos directly. They didn't form a city to protect themselves. Instead, they had their own world. They were chosen from the broken world when they were still the main characters of the world in the past. They had experienced the great calamity. In these broken worlds, the old way was still operating. Therefore, it was also their foundation. Once it was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire era's civilization would be destroyed. Even if someone could escape, it would be useless. When it was really the turn of the world to experience another great calamity, who could protect them? In the primal chaos, without the protection of a small world, how could they escape from the great calamity? It was simply impossible. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how important this small world was to the entire era. This supreme ancestral symbol was actually maintaining the operation of a small world. One could imagine how magical it was. Yes, it was born from the body of our talisman ancestor. All these years, we have been relying on it to maintain the operation of the talisman Tao era. However, I did not expect that it would be destroyed by the Devil Tao era in the end. The Heaven Talisman Immortal revealed a deep-seated hatred on his face. Talisman Ancestor? He should be very powerful. A bright light flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. One Tao Ancestor. Perhaps the extent of his power was unimaginable. Of course, the Talisman Ancestor is powerful. Let me put it this way. He is on the same level as the fortune creation heavenly monarch of your martial Tao era, said the Heaven Talisman Immortal. There is actually someone on the same level as the fortune creation heavenly monarch? Yi Shiwen could not help but exclaim in shock. What kind of existence was the fortune creation heavenly monarch? He was recognized as the #1 expert in the fortune god dynasty since ancient times. No one dared to say that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the fortune creation heavenly monarch. Whether it was the arrogant heavenly venerables of the fortune god dynasty or the unruly heavenly venerables of the foreign domains, all of them had to lower their proud heads in front of this name. You should be a newcomer who has just been promoted to the heavenly venerables not long ago, asked the Heaven Talisman Immortal suddenly. Yi Shiwen nodded and did not think much of it. He naturally knew that if there was something he did not understand, he should not be ashamed to ask. Only by always being humble and eager to learn could he always maintain the motivation to move forward. That's right. That's why you don't know about the existence of the fortune creation heavenly monarch. This level of existence is like a pillar in every epoch, but not every epoch can give birth to such a level of expert. Nothing will be left after the great cataclysm if an epoch cannot give birth to such a level of expert. In fact, many civilizations have just developed to the peak, and the protection of the heavenly Tao weakened for them. Then the ancient epoch would rush in and destroy their civilizations. The only difference is the level of expert, said the Heaven Talisman Immortal. Your epoch is very lucky to have such a heaven-gifted genius like the fortune creation heavenly monarch. When your civilization had just started to develop, he had already reached an unprecedented level. Later, he came to the depths of the primal chaos and built the current martial epoch's defensive line to ensure the peace of your epoch, including the countless worlds attached to your epoch. Otherwise, do you think that your defensive line would have been built here? It should have been fought with countless ancient epochs. Finally, the epoch that can stand out in an extremely tragic war and produce that level of expert will be able to survive in the end. Those that can't be born will be destroyed. Survival or destruction will be in the hands of one person. Yi Shiwen was surprised. He had heard that some ancient epochs had been destroyed by people in the past. However, he did not know that it involved the struggle of experts like the fortune creation heavenly monarch. Whether an epoch's civilization would prosper or be destroyed depended on the existence of that level of expert. However, this made Yi Shiwen even more envious. The symbol ancestor was such a powerful person. The supreme ancestral symbol that he left behind was naturally extremely precious. But if your epic had such a powerful person, how could it be conquered? Yi Shiwen asked. The heavenly talisman immortal smiled bitterly and said the symbol ancestor had already disappeared long before the last great apocalypse. Without the protection of the symbol ancestor, our talisman epic suffered heavy losses in the last great apocalypse. If it wasn't for the supreme ancestral symbol, I'm afraid it would have been destroyed long ago. However, it did not last until now and was finally destroyed by the demon epic. But you are willing to give such an important thing to me? Yi Shiwen suddenly revealed a playful smile. Earlier, you said that if I want to obtain the supreme ancestral symbol, I have to agree to your conditions. Tell me, what are your conditions? Then there is only one. I want you to help me destroy the demon epic, said the heavenly talisman immortal. What? Destroy the demon epic? Are you messing with me? Do you think I can destroy the demon epic with my strength? Yi Shiwen's complexion suddenly turned cold. He felt that this woman was playing with him. Although he was conceited, he wasn't conceited to the point that he could destroy the devil era with his own strength, which had shaken many eras. Don't worry, I am not that naive. I don't think you can destroy it now. With the help of the supreme ancestral symbol, your cultivation speed will definitely not be slow. Sooner or later, you will become an earth-shattering existence. It is not impossible for you to reach the level of the fortune creation, heavenly monarch, and the symbol ancestor. When that time comes, I want you to help me destroy the demon epic and avenge my talisman epic, said the heavenly talisman immortal in an extremely serious tone. Chapter 3440. As a terrifying expert who had experienced the great apocalypse, Heaven Talisman Immortal was naturally not a fool. She had not been stimulated by hatred to the point of losing her mind. Asking Yi Shiwen to take revenge now was undoubtedly like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was simply impossible to succeed. If I really reach that realm, I can fulfill your wish. But since the supreme ancestral symbol is so powerful, why don't you use it yourself? Yi Shiwen was still very puzzled. For Yi Shiwen, there were naturally many benefits to destroying the demonic epic, not to mention removing the threat that the demonic epic posed to the martial epic. There were countless other benefits. He did not want to go against his original goal, which was why he finally agreed. Do you think anyone will really let me go if I have the supreme ancestral symbol? Where can I run to? Even if I can wander in the primal chaos for countless years, I'll still die once the great apocalypse arrives. What's the use of that? Besides, without the manpower and resources of an era to support me, the supreme ancestral symbol won't be of much use to me. I'm sure you know the requirements for cultivation. Heaven Talisman Immortal smiled bitterly. If it was possible, she would be willing to hand over the supreme ancestral symbol. She didn't choose to escape when Yi Shiwen was fighting against the sacred hidden demon emperor. Instead, she chose to stay. She wanted to take a gamble. If she continued to wander like this, she would really die when the great apocalypse arrived. If she relied on a powerful force, she would also have to hand over the supreme ancestral symbol. She would be helpless, let alone put forward any conditions. It was simply impossible. This was the reason why she finally chose to cooperate with Yi Shiwen. Of course, Yi Shiwen did not directly choose to rob her at the beginning. He still gave her some leeway, which also made her have a good impression on Yi Shiwen. How about this? I know you still have doubts in your heart. I swear to God that I will not do anything harmful to you in this life. But what is your name? You haven't introduced yourself. Heaven Talisman Immortal looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. Her expression was very serious. This kind of oath was made to the heavenly way. The more powerful the expert, the more difficult it was to make an oath easily, because the heavenly way would catch it. If she could not fulfill it or violate the oath, she would suffer the wrath of heaven. Once she made such an oath, only Yi Shiwen could bully her from now on. There was no possibility for her to harm Yi Shiwen. This was the only way to gain Yi Shiwen's trust. My name is Wu Zun, and I come from the Fortune God dynasty's eastern region. Yi Shiwen finally opened his mouth and said, "You are a martial eminence." Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable, was a little surprised, as if he had thought of something. Then he closed his eyes and began to vow, "I, Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable, swear that from now on I will never do anything detrimental to martial venerables. If I violate this vow, I am willing to die without a burial." Within the primal chaos, a clap of thunder suddenly rang out. This was the acknowledgement of the heavenly Daos to this oath. If she violated the oath, the heavenly Daos would naturally come to deal with her. After listening to her swearing, Yi Shiwen said aloud, "Why, you were surprised to hear my name just now. Have you heard it before?" She had noticed a flash of astonishment on Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable's face. Something must have happened, otherwise it would not have been like this. Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable thought for a moment, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "I have indeed heard of it before. In fact, although I was seriously injured, I still managed to escape from the destroyed Talisman Dao era. Later, in order to gather information, I sneaked into the cities occupied by the Demon Dao era and heard a lot of news. Later, I was discovered by the sacred concealment demon emperor and was hunted down by him. Among them, there was news about you. No, I have just arrived at the era's battlefield, and I am not famous. How did the people of the Demon Dao era know about me? Could it be that someone in the Fortune God dynasty leaked the news?" Yi Shiwen could not help but squint his eyes, and a stern look flashed in his eyes. "Smart, it is indeed the people of your martial Dao era who spread the news. It is the famous city, Lord of Moon City, one of the 10 great cities of your martial Dao era." Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable nodded slightly and said, "It is really him." Yi Shiwen squinted his eyes. Of the 2 possible names he had guessed, the most likely one was the city Lord of Moon City. According to what he knew, the city Lord of Moon City was unscrupulous and lawless. It was possible that he would do something disadvantageous to Yi Shiwen. No, it should be said that he would definitely think of a way to deal with Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had never imagined that the city Lord of Moon City would let the people of the Demon Dao era make a move. Could it be that he is colluding with the Demon Dao era? Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "You are a complete newcomer and don't understand. Although the martial Dao era and the other ancient epics are enemies, it does not mean that the heavenly venerates under them are mortal enemies with everyone on the other side. For example, you and I should be irreconcilable enemies. However, in reality, that is not the case. The city Lord of Moon City has been in charge of Moon City for so many years. His foundation is already deeply rooted. His connections are also spread across the various ancient epics. Although we are not friends of life and death, as long as he releases a portion of the benefits, there will naturally be people who will help him deal with the strong enemies." Heavenly Talisman, Immortal Venerable said, "Do you think the various ancient epics are very peaceful? They also have opponents that they need to deal with. In fact, they even have opponents that they need to fight to the death. However, they do not take action themselves. At this time, they will secretly let the people of your martial Dao era make a move. In any case, your martial Dao era has a clear attitude towards the ancient epics on the surface. In reality, this kind of cooperation is very common. The major characters of your martial Dao era have experts from the other ancient epics who have come to join them." Experts who have come to join them? Yi Shiwen suddenly remembered the mysterious and unfathomable Mr. Huang beside the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. He was a great expert whose origin was unknown. He never made a move, nor did he speak. He only followed the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. Could it be that he was also a top expert from another era? I remember that the experts of the ancient epics will be suppressed by the heavenly way of this era, right? Yi Shiwen could not help but ask. "Yes, They will definitely be suppressed by the heavenly way of this era. However, there are ways to avoid it. It's just that they will have to pay a high price and consume a lot of wealth and resources. It just depends on whether someone is willing to do it for them, said the Heaven Talisman Immortal. This is also a very important matter. Therefore, not everyone can join the ancient epics. After joining them, there are naturally many benefits. They will not be suppressed by the ancient epics. They can enter the Fortune Divine Dynasty and cultivate in seclusion. They can also enjoy many resources that can only be produced in the ancient epics and comprehend a completely different, great way. Because of this, many people are willing to join them, although they also know that all the benefits will only be available before the great calamity. It is still better than nothing. I see. Yi Shiwen nodded. It was the same for Senior Heavenly Talisman Immortal. She used to be high and mighty in the Talisman era. Her words carried enormous weight, and no one dared to disobey her. However, it didn't make any sense now that the Talisman era had been destroyed. Apart from the current era, like the Martial era, which era had extra resources to support such a top master, only the Fortune God dynasty could do so. Therefore, she had very few choices. In fact, she did not even have much leeway to choose. It was almost a certainty. But what kind of expert did the Moon City Lord hire to kill me? Asked Yi Shiwen. The Moon City Lord knows that you are a third realm expert. Therefore, he secretly hired a fourth realm expert from the Devil Dao era to kill you. You are definitely not a match for him. Moreover, he has already given you information and your location. Apart from the fourth realm expert from the Devil Dao era, there may be other people coming to kill you. When that time comes, you will not be able to call for help, said the Heaven Talisman Immortal. As part of the price, the City Lord of Moonlight City has promised to hand over the 2 satellite cities you're responsible for defending to them for slaughter and plunder. The City Lord of Moonlight City will do his best to stall them and not let them act. Good job, Moon City Lord, said Yi Shiwen. The Moon City Lord was really ruthless. He knew that Yi Shiwen was only in the 3rd realm, but he actually sent a 4th realm expert. He really wanted Yi Shiwen's life. Moreover, he did not hesitate to sell the information of the area that Yi Shiwen was in charge of. He even sent countless creatures in the 2 satellite cities to be slaughtered by the Devil Dao era experts. He was extremely vicious. The killing intent in Yi Shiwen's heart intensified. It was not only because of the Yin Yang and the Unity Emperor, but also because the Moon City Lord did not have a bottom line. Yi Shiwen originally thought that he would cooperate with the Moon City Lord under the condition that he did not lose his bottom line. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The bottom line that Yi Shiwen thought was not even worth mentioning to the Moon City Lord. The Moon City Lord could easily cross over it. No wonder the Eastern Heavenly Venerate and the others did not denounce the Moon City Lord on the spot for fear of harming the innocent. It was because the Moon City Lord and the others knew that when the Moon City Lord was forced into a corner, he would really do anything. However, it was precisely because of this that he was even more repulsive. The Eastern Heavenly Sovereign's warning to him to be careful was definitely not an empty threat. It was because I accidentally stumbled upon their plot that my whereabouts were exposed and I was hunted down, Senior Immortal Heavenly Talisman said, looking at Yi Shiwen. You'd better be prepared. Don't lose to them in the end. If even the Supreme Ancestral Symbol ends up in their hands, I'll still need you to help me take revenge and destroy the demonic epic. Don't worry, I'm confident that they won't be able to return this time. Yi Shiwen clenched his fists, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 3441. The Moon City Lord had indeed made a good plan. In the Fortune Realm, the Heavenly Gate tribulation caused by the disappearance of the Fortune Key had caused all the Heavenly Venerables to fall to below the 4th realm. Even the veteran Heavenly Venerables were in such a state, let alone a newly advanced Heavenly Venerate like Yi Shiwen. It was absolutely impossible for him to reach the 4th realm in such a short time. His guess was correct in a sense, but he did not know that Yi Shiwen still had many trump cards. Coupled with the existence of half a calamity breaking incense, it was only a matter of time before Yi Shiwen broke through to the fourth realm. At that time, no matter how many people from the Devil Path Epic came, it would not be a problem. This time, he would make the Moon City Lord Gopherwool and come home shorn. At the same time, he would remember this debt. Sooner or later, he would make the Moon City Lord pay the price. Venerable Heaven Talisman's beautiful eyes were like water, revealing a somewhat puzzled expression. She did not know how Yi Shiwen could do it. After all, the gap in cultivation needed time and effort to make up for it. It was not something that could be overcome in a short time. Could it be that he wanted to inform the Fortune Divine Dynasty's army to encircle and annihilate him? If that was the case, it would not be a bad idea. However, she inevitably looked down on Yi Shiwen. Since she had given the supreme ancestral symbol to Yi Shiwen, she hoped that Yi Shiwen would be able to do something. She had even pinned her plan to take revenge for the Talisman Epic on Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen was only at this level, she would undoubtedly be quite disappointed. Even though she had chosen to side with him, to a large extent, because of the situation at the time, she still hoped that the person she sided with was a great hero who could hold up the situation. Yi Shiwen did not answer Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerate's doubts. Instead, he said, "Now that you have submitted to me, I will not mistreat you. If you want to wash away your old Tao and integrate into my martial epic, I will prepare whatever conditions you need. You don't have to worry about this. I can naturally handle it." Venerable Heaven Talisman shook her head and said, "Although I'm siding with you, I'm not your subordinate. The two of us are allies. I won't rely on you too much. I will handle the necessary preparations." Seeing this, Yi Shiwen did not insist. But he also knew in his heart that Heavenly Talisman Immortal was not sincere in surrendering and had a semi-independent consciousness. But because the Talisman Tao era had been breached, she was homeless. Anyway, she had to choose a new year to rely on, so it was better to rely on the rich and powerful Fortune God dynasty. This was the fundamental reason. However, it didn't matter to him. Sooner or later, Senior Immortal Talisman would sincerely rely on him. Before that, Yi Shiwen could have the help of an expert for free, which could make up for many of his shortcomings, including his lack of understanding of the ancient era, and so on. All right, no problem. I won't force you to answer these questions. Since we already know that a great enemy is coming, it's time for us to leave and return to the satellite town. You also need a stable environment to recuperate, and it just so happens that we all need some time. Yi Shiwen said, "All right." Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable did not reject this time. The two of them were in a hurry, so they hurried back to the satellite town. They had just returned, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yi Shiwen had been alone when he had left, but now there was one more person. Senior Immortal Heavenly Talisman had arrived at the satellite star town. Her face was covered by a veil, and it was hazy, so no one could see her true appearance. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and said, "This is Mr. Fu. You must treat him with the same respect as you treat me. Greetings, Mr. Fu. I am the Moon Empress." Bien Xiaoyu quickly saluted and said. Everyone else also saluted in succession. It didn't matter whether Yi Shiwen's words were true or false, but at the very least he was a super expert of the Heavenly Master level, and he wasn't an existence that they could contend against. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable nodded slightly and did not say anything. "Would Emperor find a quiet place for us? I want to undergo closed-door training," Yi Shiwen said. "Understood." Would Emperor nodded and said, "Oh, by the way, you must be careful next. Don't let your guard down because I've defeated the enemy. There will be a strong enemy coming soon." Yi Shiwen directly reminded them. He couldn't let the Wood Emperor and the others get sneak attacked because they were careless. There will be a strong enemy? Of course, Wood Emperor wouldn't turn a blind eye to Yi Shiwen's warning. But he couldn't help but feel nervous when Yi Shiwen said that there would be a strong enemy. It must be a heavenly master-level expert to be called a strong enemy by Yi Shiwen. But fortunately, Yi Shiwen was also in the city. They couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Yes, there will be a strong enemy. You must be careful, Yi Shiwen said. Arrange people to patrol day and night. For the next period of time, all the arrays in the city must be activated 24 hours a day. Don't stop for even a moment. Understood. Wood Emperor nodded quickly. He was the leader of the city at this time. He was responsible for all aspects of matters and dispatching. After giving instructions, Yi Shiwen went to the place arranged by Wood Emperor for closed-door training. The place where Heaven Talisman Immortal was recuperating was in another place. Once he entered the state of closed-door training, Yi Shiwen immediately began to study the supreme ancestral symbol that he had just obtained. Sure enough, this supreme ancestral symbol contained countless information and knowledge of the Talisman Tao era. There was also an endless tide of energy. The knowledge was sealed in it. Even Heaven Talisman Immortal couldn't extract it from it. This was why Heaven Talisman Immortal couldn't decipher the key to the supreme ancestral symbol, even though it had been in Heaven Talisman Immortal's hands for many years. It only had one function: accelerating cultivation. Heaven Talisman Immortal gave the supreme ancestral symbol to Yi Shiwen as a test. But she didn't know that there was a mysterious space in Yi Shiwen's body that could analyze many things. Even the treasures left behind from the ancient era could be analyzed, but it still required a lot of wealth and resources. As he analyzed more and more of the supreme ancestral symbol, his understanding of it also increased. Although it was from the ancient era, the 3,000 great Taos always had something in common. Originally, Yi Shiwen only had a little understanding of the Talisman Tao. He didn't have a deep understanding of it. Among the 3,000 great Taos, it could only be ranked at the bottom. But now, as he analyzed the supreme ancestral symbol, his understanding of the Talisman Tao also improved at an astonishing speed. It was as if he was comprehending the supreme ancestral symbol's understanding of the Talisman Tao. It was constantly improving. Standing on the giant's shoulder, Yi Shiwen's vision suddenly became very far. What he could see was also different from before. As his understanding of the Talisman Tao continued to improve, Yi Shiwen could feel that his cultivation of the peak of the third realm was actually starting to advance a little bit. It was like 100 miles away after understanding one thing. After Yi Shiwen's understanding of the Talisman Tao began to advance by leaps and bounds, his other great Taos also greatly improved. His cultivation, which had been stagnant for a long time, actually started to slowly rise again. It started to automatically attack the fourth realm. Ever since he had entered the peak of the third realm, Yi Shiwen had already clearly felt the barrier left behind by the heavenly tribulation. It was the blockade of the heavenly Tao which directly descended on his heart. It was unavoidable. This was also the reason why countless old celestial masters were trapped in this tribulation. Even so, it was because of the creation of the fake good fortune key. Many people had to face much fewer heavenly tribulations than before. If it had been before, Yi Shiwen would have had to face a much worse situation. Therefore, he had thought of ways to prepare himself for breaking through to the fourth realm. He had obtained half a tribulation breaking incense. It was at this time that he would break through to the fourth realm. As long as he succeeded and entered the fourth realm, he would be above the majority of celestial masters in the fortune realm. He would truly be qualified to compete for the position of Eastern Celestial Master. If he was only in the third realm, no matter how tyrannical his strength was, he would not be qualified. There was only a difference of one realm, but in reality there was a clear distinction. After feeling the loosening of his realm, Yi Shiwen immediately stopped comprehending the supreme ancestral symbol. Instead, he began to break through to the fourth realm. If he wanted to deal with the next experts who would attack him, he would have to enter the fourth realm. He lit the tribulation-breaking incense. The incense turned into wisps of white smoke that surrounded him. It made him feel as if he was surrounded by clouds and mist. Every time he took a breath, he would inhale a large amount of smoke into his body. When this smoke entered his body, he immediately felt that his mind had become much clearer. His comprehension of the great path had also deepened. At the same time, a few cracks also appeared on the barrier of the fourth realm, which made him feel that his divine sense had become more sensitive. This half a stick of calamity-breaking incense was indeed miraculous. Just taking a whiff was equivalent to cultivating diligently for several decades. It was a pity that he only had this half a tribulation-breaking incense. Otherwise, his cultivation from now on would not be a problem. Any realm barrier would be nothing in front of the tribulation-breaking incense. It was a pity that the tribulation-breaking incense was too precious. Even in the Fortune God dynasty, it was incomparably precious. It was already very difficult for him to obtain half a tribulation-breaking incense. Just this half a tribulation-breaking incense was already priceless. Its value was immeasurable. As time passed, Yi Shiwen was completely shrouded in the smoke. His figure was only faintly visible. Every time he inhaled the smoke of the tribulation-breaking incense, he felt that his comprehension of the great path had deepened. Time passed second by second while Yi Shiwen was crazily trying to comprehend this technique. Chapter 3442. Yi Shiwen spent a month in seclusion. This was a very short period of time for the entire satellite city. It was just that Yi Shiwen had warned them before that there might be a super strong enemy attack, so they did not dare to relax at all. All kinds of formations were activated at all times to avoid being caught off guard by the Celestial Masters. The city that had been captured in this area had fallen because of a moment of carelessness. After all, it wasn't one of the 10 god cities. If it had been one of the 10 god cities, it wouldn't have fallen even if an Empyrean had launched a sneak attack. Bian Xiaoye and the others were also digesting the previous battle, especially Bian Xiaoye. It was only a matter of time before she entered the second realm. All that was left was to push the boat with the current and push her realm into the second realm. In just a short period of a month, Bian Xiaoye successfully entered the second realm with the help of the mysterious creation pill. At this time, it was not many years before she became an emperor. If she had to cultivate by herself, it would take a long time. Sure enough, wandering on the edge of life and death was the best way to hone herself. It would only take some time for the human emperor and the sky-shaking thunder emperor to improve further. They were only a step away. Suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying coercion descended from the sky, directly wrapping the entire huge city from top to bottom. The entire city suddenly panicked. Because they were on the front line, they were very familiar with the aura of these supermasters. They reacted almost immediately. "Celestial Master! It's a Celestial Master!" Many people screamed. An Emperor King level master wasn't enough to make everyone in the city lose their composure. But an Empyrean level master was different. They knew very well that if their city fell one day, it would inevitably fall into the hands of an Empyrean level master. Mu Emperor and the others flew out from various places in the city, especially Bian Xiaoye and the others. This was the first time they encountered a real siege of a city by a celestial master. The existence of such a level was completely different from a siege of an emperor level. However, they weren't in a hurry because they were also led by a celestial master. It would be difficult for the other party to deal with Yi Shiwen even if he was a veteran celestial master. As for senior heavenly talisman immortal, he had returned with Yi Shiwen. However, he had been forgotten by everyone out of habit. This was the so-called underestimation of the enemy. The million-strong army of the human clan immediately entered a state of readiness for battle, and a murderous aura rose into the sky. A huge hand suddenly appeared in the void and smashed down like a heavy hammer. Boom! This huge hand directly slammed into the barrier and array formation above the city. In an instant, who knew how many barriers and array formations were destroyed? If an Emperor Lord wanted to destroy the barrier and array formations here, they would have to spend a lot of time and effort. However, for a heavenly venerate, it was just a moment. The entire city shook up and down as if it would collapse at any time. Previously, it had already been attacked by the Devil Dao Era's army and the Devil Dao Era's sacred concealment demon emperor. It was no longer comparable to its peak state. At this moment, many people were panicking, but they didn't know where to escape to. According to the cruel practices of the ancient era, especially the Devil Dao era, once a city was breached, even if they weren't killed, they would become their slaves and cannon fodder. They would expand their territory for them until they died. No one wanted to end up like this. The confidence that Yi Shiwen had gained from defeating a strong enemy had completely vanished in this palm. Who are you? Which Devil Dao Era's expert has come? Please come out and meet me. At this moment, Bian Xiaoya, who had just broken through, flew into the sky. She could only see a vast expanse of space. She knew that it would be difficult for her to find the Devil Dao Era's expert. After all, it was a heavenly venerate existence. With her Emperor Lord cultivation, how could she deal with the Devil Dao Era's expert? However, she didn't care, nor was she afraid, because she knew that her omnipotent master was here, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Humph! Suddenly, a cold grunt resounded. A tall man from the demon race, who was around 5 or 6 times the height of an adult, had wings on his back and had 3 heads and 6 arms, had appeared in space. After that, he stared fixedly at Bian Xiaoya and said, "You actually dare to resist the heavenly army? You're really courting death. I'll give all of you a few dozen times. If you still don't surrender, then all of you will die a graveless death once the city is breached." His words immediately made everyone panic. It was just a few dozen strikes, and time had passed in the blink of an eye. If they resisted stubbornly, then they would definitely die this time. 10, 9, 8. The Devil Dao Era's expert's expression was indifferent, and he didn't seem to be moved at all. It was as if he was announcing something very ordinary. I didn't expect that the dignified extreme devil demon lord would use such means. Suddenly, an extremely cold voice resounded from the city. A figure slowly emerged from the city. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In just a moment, it had already arrived above the city wall. It's Master Fu. The Wood Emperor was pleasantly surprised as he immediately recognized this person. This was the heavenly master that Yi Shiwen had mentioned before. He was on an equal footing with the Wood Emperor. Now that they had an additional heavenly venerate on their side, they immediately felt much safer. If this continued, the city would collapse before the battle even started. You are Heavenly Talisman Immortal. Extreme Devil Demon Lord immediately recognized the woman in front of him. I didn't manage to capture you and let you escape. I didn't even manage to slap you to death. Now, you've actually fallen to the point of relying on the new era of the martial Dao era. Heavenly Talisman Immortal. Aren't you afraid of becoming a huge laughingstock if this gets out? Extreme Devil Demon Lord sneered, as if he was very surprised by Heavenly Talisman Immortal's appearance here. This time he didn't come to hunt down Heavenly Talisman Immortal, but to kill the newcomer of the Fortune Divine Dynasty who had just arrived at the epic battlefield. However, it would naturally be best if he could get rid of this old enemy while he was at it. Humph! Do you think you still have a chance to spread the news? Don't even think of escaping today. Heavenly Talisman Immortal sneered, not to be outdone. You really don't know what's good for you. But it doesn't matter. I don't want to kill you. It just so happens that our Devil Dao era has conquered your Talisman Dao era. I don't know how many books and records of the Talisman Dao era we plundered. I don't understand many of them. So I'll capture you and make you translate them for me. Extreme Devil Demon Lord laughed heartily. He had his own plans. The Talisman Dao era was once an extremely powerful civilization and era, so it was extremely powerful. If he could comprehend it, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, his ranking and status in the Devil Dao era would also be incomparable. Hearing extreme Devil Demon Lord's words, Heavenly Talisman Immortal's pretty face was filled with uncontrollable anger. Although she knew that extreme Devil Demon Lord was luring her to rush out of the satellite city and then capture her, she still couldn't calm down when he mentioned the destroyed Talisman Dao era. You beasts, sooner or later, I'll make you pay us back 10-fold, 100-fold. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to be ruined. Seeing that Heavenly Talisman Immortal's pretty face was a bit angry and moved, but she still controlled her actions, extreme Devil Demon Lord's face clearly showed a bit of coldness and disappointment. If Heavenly Talisman Immortal took the opportunity to rush out, then it would be completely in line with his intentions. At that time, this city would be like a group of dragons without a leader. How could they fight against their army? It would only be a matter of time before they were captured. The only thing that puzzled him was that the main target they had come to kill this time was Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen had disappeared. It would be best if they could accomplish both of their goals at the same time. In that case, achieving the peak of life would only be a matter of time. Heavenly Talisman Immortal, if you have the ability, then come out and fight with me. I also participated in the battle to destroy your Talisman Dao era. Ha ha ha. Your Talisman Dao era was completely destroyed in that battle. You should be obedient and join our Devil Dao era. That way, you might be able to preserve the diversity of the era's civilization and be saved. Extreme Devil Demon Lord laughed loudly. With just you people? Sooner or later, when I comprehend the secret of the supreme ancestral symbol, all of you will die. Heavenly Talisman Immortal shouted. You want to comprehend the secret of the supreme ancestral symbol? I think you should stop dreaming. Even if you can comprehend the secret of the supreme ancestral symbol, you can't be an expert of our Devil Dao era. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the supreme ancestral symbol. When our master is happy, he will let you go. Extreme Devil Demon Lord said coldly. He did not believe that anyone could comprehend the secret of the supreme ancestral symbol. Otherwise, the supreme ancestral symbol would have burst out with its greatest power when the Talisman Dao era was about to be destroyed. However, the truth was that the supreme ancestral symbol did not show any extraordinary side until the destruction of the Talisman Dao era. Although it was somewhat mystical, there was still a gap between it and the legendary divine object that supported the Talisman Dao era. Heavenly Talisman Immortal did not bother to say anything. Countless talismans condensed in his hand and turned into a terrifying attack that ruthlessly struck towards Extreme Devil Demon Lord. Extreme Devil Demon Lord was almost hit. He retreated repeatedly and then roared angrily, "Attack! Everyone attack! After breaking through the city, leave no one alive." Chapter 3443. As soon as Extreme Demon Lord gave the order, the Demon Era's army in the distant chaos was ready to set off. Tens of millions of people rushed over. The scene was overwhelming, as if they wanted to completely cover the entire world. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp arrows were launched first, piercing through the sky like missiles. They directly bombarded the huge satellite city, but were blocked by the boundaries and formations on the surface of the satellite city. These formations had been activated all the time for the past few days and had never stopped. Although the power of these sharp arrows was terrifying, and each arrow could penetrate a mountain, it was impossible for them to penetrate the city's defenses. But for a moment, the defenses of the entire city were boiling. Then, countless captured slave experts from various eras took the lead and attacked the formations and boundaries, trying to capture the entire city. They had no other choice. They could either die on the way or die in the hands of the Demon Era's experts. The war broke out instantly. The slave experts from various eras were like ants attacking a city. They used their flesh and blood to break the various restrictions and boundaries in the city. In such a great battle, quasi-emperors fell in droves and sovereign emperors also entered the battlefield. This time, due to the orders of the Demon Epic's Extreme Demon Lord. The Demon Epic's army did not wait for the talismans and slaves to be exhausted before personally leading the army to attack. For a moment, the entire city's defense pressure increased greatly. The emperors of the demon era continued to attack. In this situation, not only Mu Huang but Bian Xiaoye and the others also attacked without Yi Xuan's order. They were also very clear that if the city's defenses were breached, it would be a terrible situation for them, especially in a situation where there was a terrifying demon lord on the other side. No matter how much confidence they had in Yi Xuan, they did not dare to put all their hopes on him. For a moment, the situation of the battle was extremely tragic. Experts from all sides fell like dumplings. The entire city was dyed red. Even in the chaos that spread around the city, many powerful chaos creatures began to wander around, swallowing many corpses when they had the chance and then retreating. In this chaotic scene, even the many ferocious beasts that lived in the primal chaos appeared to fight for food that was rarely seen. Fortunately, Heavenly Talisman Immortal Venerate would take action from time to time to defeat the demonic Dao Era's army. Otherwise, the entire city would have been on the verge of collapse. Even the Extreme Demon Lord would attack from time to time. Although he didn't have many opportunities to attack, every time he did, the entire city would tremble violently. His power was even more terrifying than the combined attack of millions of people. Especially the fight between Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable and Extreme Fiend Lord. It was an eye-opener for everyone. Two peak experts of different epics fought. Laws danced chaotically as if the world was shaking. But as time passed, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable started to fall into a disadvantage. Her injuries had not healed. They were only slightly better than before. Just defending the city was already very taxing for her. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, let's see how long you can last. No one in this world can heal the injury from that palm strike. Let's see how long you can last. Extreme Fiend Lord laughed heartily. Everyone come out, there's no need to hide anymore. She eavesdropped on our conversation earlier and knows our plan. We won't be able to fool her. Extreme Fiend Lord's voice had just fallen when two figures emerged from two different directions of the city. One of them was covered in scales, his limbs were like aquatic webs, and his body was surrounded by torrential waves. The other demon had very little demonic appearance. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but his demonic aura surged to the sky, surpassing the other demon lords. This was a sign that he had refined demonic aura into his body and was no longer releasing it. Seeing the scene, everyone was shocked and despaired. They didn't expect there to be two powerful heavenly venerates hiding in the dark. How could they resist? Demon Venerable Spirit Snake, Demon Venerable Myriad Star, you two finally came out. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable was not the slightest bit nervous in the face of two hidden super experts because she already knew that there might be more than one demon venerable. It was just that Extreme Fiend Lord and the others didn't know that besides Martial Venerable Yi Xuan, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable was also here. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, I thought you had run away. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Ha ha ha! Obediently hand over the supreme ancestral symbol, and we will spare your life. Demon Venerable Spirit Snake, whose fingers and toes were covered in webs, was overjoyed. As for Yi Xuan, he had completely forgotten about him. Compared to the supreme ancestral symbol, Yi Xuan was nothing. He was just entrusted by the Moon City Lord. So what if he couldn't complete it? Could the Moon City Lord really do anything to them in the demonic Dao era? As long as they could obtain the supreme ancestral symbol, it would be the greatest harvest of this trip. Demonic Venerable Myriad Star, who was beside demonic Venerable Nimble Snake, didn't say a word. Instead, he made his move. His move contained the might of thunder and blazing demonic light, which turned into a terrifying attack that blasted on the city. In an instant, the entire city was penetrated. Countless barriers and restrictions were smashed to pieces on the spot. breaking into endless dark holes. Heaven Talisman, Immortal Venerables, pretty face finally turned solemn. Among the three demon venerables, Demon Venerable Myriad Star was a true fourth realm existence. He was also the most dangerous among the three. If the others were said to be barely able to resist, then Demon Venerable Myriad Star was an existence that truly made her feel danger. No, we can't let him break through the city's defenses. Heaven Talisman, Immortal Venerable reacted almost immediately. She formed hand seals, and countless talismans turned into balls of light and flew out, continuously repairing the holes. Countless arrays and boundaries were also instantly repaired and strengthened. She immediately understood that she could only resist by relying on the city's defenses. Once the city's defenses were broken, and she was left alone, the danger level would instantly increase by several levels. How can I let you do as you wish? Demon Venerable Myriad Star sneered. He immediately sent out a terrifying light beam and ruthlessly blasted it into the city. Rumble! Immediately, the entire city shook violently. Many of the martial epics experts in the formation were shaken by this strike. They felt their chi and blood surge. They nearly died from the shock. Heaven Talisman, Immortal Venerables, snow-white face also turned somewhat red. This attack directly shook her body. The other two demon venerables also seemed to have noticed this. Heaven Talisman, Immortal Venerables, cultivation had not recovered yet. Her injuries had not healed yet. Otherwise, how could this have happened? Kill her while she's down. They clearly understood this principle. They attacked one after another. All sorts of horrifying moves rained down. Each move could destroy a boundless galaxy and a world. Now that all of them landed on this city, it was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. Everyone in the city was shivering. Even an Emperor Lord seemed insignificant in the face of the attacks of these heavenly venerates. In the void, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable floated in the air, emitting a dazzling light. Talisman lights continuously burst out from her hand, supporting the entire city's defenses by herself. However, under the joint attacks of several people, her delicate body also trembled slightly. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. She could no longer hold it in. The entire city's defenses finally broke. Without Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable's protection, the already crumbling city's defenses finally could not hold on and collapsed. Countless demonic epic armies took advantage of the situation to attack. War cries pierced through the clouds. Oh no, the city's defenses have been breached. As people who had lived in the primal chaos for a long time, they knew very well what would happen if the city's defenses were breached. Not a single person in the city would be able to leave alive. Whoosh! At this critical moment, an astonishing sword light tore through the depths of the city, turning into a terrifying torrent that swept out. Wherever it passed, the army of the demonic epic that was charging in was annihilated in an instant. No one could escape from this sword. Whether it was god monarchs, quasi-emperors, or even the two demonic epic sovereign emperors charging at the front, they were all annihilated by this sword. There was no difference. This sword made no difference. There was no difference in strength or numbers. This change alarmed everyone. No one had thought that such a change could happen at this critical juncture that was about to be breached. With a single slash, hundreds of thousands of demonic epic armies were annihilated. Heavenly Venerable. There's another Heavenly Venerable hidden in the city. The demonic epic armies were dumbfounded. However, they quickly reacted and realized that there was another Heavenly Venerable hidden in the city. No matter how ostentatious they were still too weak in front of a Heavenly Venerable. Who is it? Demon Venerable Myriad Stars' ocean-like eyes burst out with a terrifying light as he pointed towards the depths of the city. The other two demon venerables also looked over. At this moment, a figure stepped on a sky full of multicolored lights and appeared in front of everyone at lightning speed. Chapter 3444. It's a martial venerable. It's really a martial venerable. Many people in the city were overjoyed to see him. They were all aware of Yi Shiwen's existence. It was just that Yi Shiwen was in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't know his specific situation. This person was none other than Yi Shiwen. He went straight to Heaven Talisman Immortal and said, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just some old injuries." Heaven Talisman Immortal heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yi Shiwen appear at the crucial moment, facing the joint attack of 3 heavenly venerables. She would have no problem if she was at her peak. But now, she was no longer comparable to her peak. "You've worked hard just now. Leave the rest to me." Yi Shiwen smiled and said, Heaven Talisman Immortal nodded and disappeared into the air. She trusted Yi Shiwen completely. She didn't even stay to help and left everything to Yi Shiwen. "You're that martial venerable?" Demon Venerable Spirit Snake looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. They weren't stupid. How could they not guess that this should be their main target, martial venerable Yi Shiwen? "I'm too lazy to talk to a dead man." Yi Shiwen's eyes were as sharp as a knife. He looked at these heavenly venerables indifferently. He flew straight out of the city's protective range, now that a big hole had been broken in the city's enchantment and restriction. The defensive power had been greatly weakened. "You're courting death." The nimble snake demon lord's eyes shone with a dazzling light. He spread his body slightly, and it was as if he was about to burst the vast primal chaos. Nothing could stand against him. The word demon on his body was like the origin of the world. It turned into a terrifying great path and rushed towards Yi Shiwen, suppressing him. Demon Venerable Spirit Snake wasn't an ordinary person. He had also cultivated to the peak of the 3rd realm. However, Yi Shiwen didn't panic at all. He just waved his arm abruptly. It was as if a long saber had been unsheathed. A blazing immortal light erupted from his hand. It was as if a real long saber had slashed down. Puff! The terrifying attack unleashed by Demon Venerable Nimble Snake was easily shattered by Yi Shiwen. It was as if the sky and earth were being split apart. Then Yi Shiwen slashed it again. Yi Shiwen was floating above the city. Looking from afar, one could see his domineering and desolate silhouette engulfing the chaos. He was just standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, but he had an indescribable aura. Nothing could stop him. His stature was imposing, and he was immersed in a supreme temperament. Just when everyone was immersed in this terrifying scene, countless sword principle laws were condensing above Yi Shiwen's head. Then they blasted towards Demon Venerable Spirit Snake at lightning speed. Wherever the sword light passed, the entire area of primal chaos would collapse. Under this terrifying power, nothing could continue to exist. Everything was silently destroyed. Yi Shiwen took the initiative to launch an attack. He wanted to behead Demon Venerable Spirit Snake. However, how could the spirited serpent demon ancestor be willing to give up? He immediately roared, "What an arrogant brat! Do you really think you're a match for me?" His body, every part of his body was shining, tearing apart the sky dome. The demonic light swept across and met Yi Shiwen's hand blade. Boom! The terrifying attack exploded in an instant, forming a terrifying frenzy that spread in all directions. The spirited serpent demon ancestor's counterattack was quickly neutralized by Yi Shiwen's hand blade. But Yi Shiwen's hand blade didn't slow down at all. It quickly landed on the spirited serpent demon ancestor. How is this possible? The spirited serpent demon ancestor was taken aback. His attack was easily neutralized. As far as he knew, Yi Shiwen was just a newly advanced 3rd realm heavenly venerable. Speaking of which, Yi Shiwen's qualifications were too shallow. He was nothing in front of veteran experts like them. Therefore, he didn't really take Yi Shiwen seriously from the beginning. But everything that happened just now was completely beyond his expectations. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant, his body glowed brightly. He was sublimating, and a huge demonic snake that was thousands of miles long appeared. Then he pounced towards Yi Shiwen. His figure was like a dragon, and it was boundless. He opened his bloody mouth and revealed a cruel smile. His snow-white teeth looked incomparably eerie. Compared to him, Yi Shiwen was just like an ant, incomparably insignificant. But Yi Shiwen still didn't panic. Soon, his hand blade landed on the body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor. Bang! An incomparably loud roar resounded. Yi Shiwen's hand blade directly landed on the huge body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor. Waves of supreme aura erupted and spread out. The demonic light on the body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor turned into a terrifying wave. It erupted with extreme power and drowned Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen let out a long roar in an instant. Terrifying aura surged all over his body, and his battle chi swept in all directions. His body seemed to be able to prop up the mythical world, flowing with dazzling light. It almost tore the demonic light that erupted from the body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor in an instant. Then Yi Shiwen's hand blade directly broke through all the protective shields on the body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor and directly landed on his body. Bang! The body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor was hit on the spot. Countless scales exploded, and blood and flesh were everywhere. Then the terrifying power dispersed into the body of the spirited serpent demon ancestor, causing him to bleed constantly. His huge body was constantly stirred up and down in the chaos, and he screamed endlessly. It was just a simple attack, and the arrogant, spirited serpent demon ancestor was injured. He kept retreating, seemingly injured by Yi Shiwen's sharp edge. Yi Shiwen's attack saved the crisis in the city. In particular, when everyone saw Yi Shiwen teach a lesson to the spirited serpent demon ancestor so easily, everyone in the city cheered. From Yi Shiwen, they saw a chance for survival. They wouldn't have to worry about the demonic epic breaching the city, slaughtering the people, and becoming slaves. The other two demon ancestor Myriad Star and demon monarch of extreme malice looked grave. If it were them, it would be very difficult to injure the spirited serpent demon ancestor so casually, especially demon monarch of extreme malice. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to reach the level of a professional. At this moment, they finally understood why Yi Shiwen became a great threat to the Moon City Lord, and why he didn't hesitate to contact the people of the ancient epoch to help him eliminate this guy. As people of the ancient epoch, although they had some contact with the experts of the martial epoch, they didn't have much contact. Every time they made a move, the price was not small. Usually, they didn't want to know each other and didn't contact each other at all. Clearly, there was a reason for this. This guy was indeed difficult and scary to deal with. Yi Shiwen didn't pursue further. The spirited serpent demon ancestor took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. Then he turned back into his human form. However, his chest was already badly mutilated. It was the place where Yi Shiwen's hand blade had injured him. When he looked at Yi Shiwen again, his eyes no longer had the arrogance and despotic look from before. In this short exchange, he felt like he had walked between life and death. As the saying went, there was great terror between life and death. You dare to come and kill me with this kind of strength? You must be tired of living. Yi Shiwen sneered and finally spoke. I can suppress trash like you with a flip of my hand. Where did the Moon City Lord find you? Martial supremacy. You actually know about the Moon City Lord. It seems like you know a lot of secrets. I won't let you live today. At this moment, a horrifying killing intent flashed in the extreme demon lord's eyes. It seemed like Yi Shiwen had discovered the big secret between them and the Moon City Lord. This was the biggest problem. Although this kind of thing was very common, it couldn't be exposed publicly because it was so common. Once it was exposed, it would still cause a huge uproar. Ha ha ha, you think you can do it? Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. His laughter spread throughout the primal chaos, making the hearts of the demon epic's army pound wildly. He was truly an unrivaled superpower house. The people of the demon epic emphasized the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak. Because of this, it was easier for them to worship those who were strong. Even their enemies would win their respect. Yi Shiwen took a step into the primal chaos. His entire person was like an unrivaled god that created the entire universe. His hair fluttered in the wind, and he was unparalleled tyrannical. He took a step forward, and his gaze was like a cold knife. You people are already outdated. You don't know how powerful this epic is. Today, I'll let you taste the power of my martial epic's extreme martial way. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and arrived in front of the extreme demon lord. His palm trembled, and countless runes flew out, forming a terrifying attack that blasted directly at the extreme demon lord. He used an unrivaled killing move right from the start. He wanted to kill all the demon supremacies of the demon epic. This would become his contribution and help him become the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. The extreme demon lord roared. His entire body was bathed in golden light, and he looked like a golden god of war. Then he held a long spear in his hand and thrust it at Yi Shiwen's face. Rumble! The long spear collided with the countless runes that Yi Shiwen blasted out. The spear radiance shot out and swept in all directions, with the point of collision as the core, heaven, and earth trembled. The violent waves swept out, even broke the primal chaos. At this moment, a long saber with a severed head appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. It was the long saber that he had obtained after killing the sacred concealment demon emperor. The saber radiance cut through the primal chaos, and it was about to slash the extreme demon lord in half. Chapter 3445. The saber light swept across, breaking through the chaos, and directly slashed towards extreme demon monarch's face. The saber set off a whistling gale. Yi Shiwen casually slashed down. It was ostentatious and domineering. His black hair fluttered in the chaos, blasting everything in its path. Extreme Demon Monarch had no time to react. His previous spear momentum was already used up. It was not like Yi Shiwen's sudden saber momentum, which was powerful and terrifying. Puchi! The saber directly slashed Extreme Demon Monarch. In an instant, blood splattered and bone fragments flew. Roar! Extreme Demon Monarch retreated again and again to avoid the range of Yi Shiwen's saber momentum. Blood dyed the chaos red. One of his arms was chopped off by Yi Shiwen's saber and then fell into the endless chaos. No one knew where it fell to. Such a fast saber. Extreme Demon Monarch's eyes flashed with a somewhat incredulous look. Yi Shiwen's saber was too fast, and its power was also terrifying. It easily chopped off one of his arms. But this saber belongs to the sacred hidden demon emperor. Did you kill him? Extreme Demon Lord quickly recognized the origin of the decapitated saber. He was too familiar with it. He and Sacred, concealing Demon Emperor, weren't good friends. On the contrary, they had been fighting openly and covertly for many years. However, it was also because of this that he was very familiar with Sacred, concealing Demon Emperor's items. Because of this, when he saw this saber, he felt a chill run down his spine. Because Yi Shiwen was more terrifying than he had imagined. How could a person who could kill the sacred hidden demon emperor be ordinary? Yes, I killed him. He was just a person who overestimated himself. Yi Shiwen sneered. At this time, Demon Supremacy Myriad Star and the others finally guessed why Yi Shiwen knew the Heaven Talisman Immortal and cooperated with him. It was probably because he killed the sacred hidden demon emperor. They only knew that the sacred hidden demon emperor had set out to find the Heaven Talisman Immortal, but there was no news of him after that. But they did not take it to heart because the celestial venerables could casually go into closed-door training for tens of thousands of years. It was only a short month. If they had not seen the saber fall into Yi Shiwen's hands with their own eyes, they would not have believed such a ridiculous thing. Even if you come here today, there won't be any difference between you and him. Yi Shiwen said faintly. He held the long saber in his hand, and the saber light trembled in the universe. The buzzing sound rippled across the entire battlefield. He's really courting death. Let's go together and kill him to avoid any future troubles. The nimble snake demon supremacy had completely recovered. The injury on his chest had also healed in a short period of time. Now that he had recovered to his peak state, he walked in the primal chaos. Every step he took was like thunder, rolling in the primal chaos of the universe. If we attack together, we'll die together, but it saves me a lot of time. Yi Shiwen roared loudly, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The blazing rays of light that had sublimated his magic power flowed in the void at an even more terrifying speed. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen rushed to the front of the nimble snake demon supremacy in an instant. His whole body was surging with a terrifying aura, and his battle aura swept in all directions. His body was indomitable, and he wanted to open up a new world. The aura of a supreme expert suddenly burst out. Facing Yi Shiwen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, the nimble snake demon supremacy rarely encountered such a situation that even he couldn't react to it. However, he was a battle-hardened veteran. His black hair stood up, and his eyes were bursting with dangerous light. He had already suffered a loss because he had underestimated Yi Shiwen. This time, it was naturally impossible for him to fall for the same problem again. The martial technique in his body started operating, and his aura became even more violent. His whole body became crystal clear, as if it was cast by colored glass. Even the flow of his blood could be seen clearly. His martial technique had been raised to the limit, and then it turned into a pair of terrifying fists. It was unparalleled and domineering. This was the strongest attack he had ever made in his life, and he might not be able to achieve such an amazing attack again in his life. Yi Shiwen wasn't frightened by the sudden eruption of the nimble snake demon supremacy. On the contrary, he held a long saber in his hand and slashed down again. Rumble! The saber light directly blasted into the fist light, as if a boulder had been blasted into the boundless ocean. In an instant, a terrifying raging tide was set off, and it rolled back towards the two. Wallalala! This terrifying, frenzied tide bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. It was like a raging wave slamming against the shore, slamming against a boulder's body. The entire wave was smashed on the spot, and the strong wind blew against Yi Shiwen's clothes, making a flapping sound. However, he didn't move an inch. The divine radiance that was spreading out seemed to be opening up a new world. Unlike Yi Shiwen's calmness, the nimble snake demon supremacy was forced to take a few steps back by this terrifying raging tide. Only then did he finally remove all the power, and a bit of fear flashed through his eyes. It was just a simple saber, but it was able to erupt with such terrifying power. It was indeed rare since ancient times, and only a limited number of people could reach such a level. It was just a single strike, and his offensive was destroyed in an instant. How can he be so strong? However, Yi Shiwen just let out a long roar in front of him, and it shook the surroundings. Then his figure rushed over, and he slashed down with his saber again. This is no longer your era. It's already good enough that you've been able to prolong your existence, but you still refuse to realize your mistakes. How dare you make our fortune divine dynasty your enemy? Then die thoroughly. Yi Shiwen's long roar made the many experts of the fortune god dynasty in the city feel extremely relieved. These ancient eras were indeed very powerful, and they had created incomparably glorious achievements in ancient times. But so what? After all, it was already the past. This was their era, and they were the protagonists of this era. It was just that they were too weak to shout such words, and it would only be a joke if they shouted it out. But Yi Shiwen could. The nimble snake demon supremacy roared angrily, and his eyes suddenly opened. At this time, when Yi Shiwen's saber momentum fell, he had no way to avoid it, and could only choose to face it head-on. The saber light directly slashed onto the two fists. Rumble! There were explosions everywhere in the primal chaos that was filled with endless danger. The saber light fell on the two fists, and countless sparks burst out. Then the saber light broke through the fist light, and with terrifying power, it directly slashed the fists, and blood splattered all over the sky. Poochie! In an instant, bone fragments flew and blood splattered. The long saber directly cut off the hands of the nimble snake demon supremacy. In the face of Yi Shiwen's absolute tyrannical strength, the magic that the nimble snake demon supremacy cast was completely useless. His entire fists were cut off, and the nimble snake demon supremacy immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. He kept retreating and fell into the chaos. Countless chaos invaded his wounds, and in the chaos there were many vague chaos creatures that began to frantically fight for his fists. Every part of the body of a heavenly master was a treasure, and they would instinctively fight for it. Even if it was just a drop of blood essence, it would be a great supplement for them. After the successful attack, Yi Shiwen didn't let the nimble snake demon supremacy escape this time. On the contrary, he directly chased after him. His whole body was bathed in golden light, and he was like a golden god of war that could break and destroy everything. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was invincible and no one could stop him. He was invincible and shot out like a cannonball. Then, another saber ruthlessly slashed down. At this moment, a long spear directly rushed out at the critical moment and stabbed towards the saber. Clang! An incomparably loud collision sound was heard, and the sound of metal colliding expanded. The saber still slashed down, and the spear couldn't stop it in the end. However, it still managed to buy some time for the nimble snake demon supremacy, and he managed to dodge the saber slash at the critical moment. Even so, one of his arms was directly cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The nimble snake demon supremacy screamed again and again. This saber slash almost took his life. Although he managed to escape, it was just a small matter to him. Escaping from death caused him to feel rather fortunate. He'd never imagined that an encirclement that should have been easy to accomplish would actually encounter such a situation, and it actually almost caused him to perish within it. However, facing the situation where his saber was blocked, Yi Shiwen only took a step forward, and the long saber dragged in the chaos, tearing a huge black crack, and launched the pursuit. He didn't care about the extreme demon monarch and the myriad star demon supremacy at all. In the end, the extreme demon monarch's spear could only cause Yi Shiwen's saber to deviate slightly. Just now, his arm was also cut off by Yi Shiwen, and he was seriously injured, so he couldn't further stop it. At this moment, the myriad star demon supremacy finally made his move. As soon as he made his move, the sky was filled with stars, and the stars covered the entire world. He took a step forward and directly intervened between Yi Shiwen and the nimble snake demon supremacy. The starlight that filled the sky formed a horrifying galaxy, and it came crashing down towards Yi Shiwen. Everywhere the starlight passed, the chaos collapsed endlessly, turning the rotten into the magical. It was extremely terrifying. In terms of strength, it was unknown how much stronger he was compared to the nimble snake demon supremacy and the extreme demon monarch. I also know the magical power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Yi Shiwen laughed loudly, and he didn't panic. He transformed another head and 2 arms. This head and arms went directly towards the horrifying galaxy, and a punch blasted out the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation continued to rotate, and it actually absorbed the starlight. Every time it rotated, a large amount of starlight would be absorbed. Meanwhile, his main body took a step forward, and he directly slashed at the nimble snake demon's supremacy with the broken headlong saber. Evil must be eliminated, and weeds must be cut by the roots. Chapter 3446. How could Yi Shiwen not understand that it was better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10 fingers? The long saber in his hand swept down. This saber wasn't any technique, but Yi Shiwen's comprehension of the great Tao, which was completely integrated into this saber. When it slashed down, it had an ancient and distant momentum. What? Demon Venerable Spirit Snake was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Shiwen would still be so courageous after Demon Venerable Myriad Star intervened. He wasn't trapped at all. One must know that Demon Venerable Myriad Star's strength was the strongest among them, and it wasn't just a little bit stronger. This time, it was agreed that Demon Venerable Myriad Star was only here to hold the line. He didn't intend to take action, personally. In their opinion, it was enough for the two of them to join forces. At best, Yi Shiwen could contend with any one of them, and that would already be very impressive. However, in reality, not only Demon Venerable Myriad Star was going to take action, but even they were also in danger. Puchi! The demonic saber in Yi Shiwen's hand turned into a ray of light. The demonic saber was invincible, and it directly fell on Demon Venerable Spirit Snake's body. Blood splattered all of a sudden. The demonic saber slashed into Demon Venerable Spirit Snake's body. Blood and flesh became a mess, and bone fragments flew everywhere. Yi Shiwen's saber had seriously injured him. His body was slashed into two by Yi Shiwen's saber. He screamed continuously, and his body kept twisting, transforming into his huge body. At this moment, his body was also slashed into two by Yi Shiwen, and he no longer had the arrogant and despotic look from before. He could only try his best to survive under Yi Shiwen's demonic saber. Roar! Demon Venerable Spirit Snake, who was slashed into two, roared. He was like a giant dragon stirring in the chaos, and blood sprayed in the chaos, causing many chaotic beasts to fight over it. Yi Shiwen's saber was too terrifying. Not only did it slash his body into two, but even his spirit was severely injured in an instant. Yi Shiwen didn't stop, and he continued to attack. This wasn't the time to stop, but he had to completely eliminate Demon Venerable Spirit Snake. How dare you! Devil Ancestor Myriad Star let out a deafening roar. Yi Shiwen's unbridled attack had completely infuriated him. Yi Shiwen didn't even put him in his eyes. Why are you so anxious? Sooner or later, it will be your turn. Yi Shiwen wasn't worried at all. In fact, his expression was incomparably cold. Demon Venerable Myriad Star took a step forward, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Starlight filled the sky, transforming the rotten into the magical. It slashed down, almost splitting Yi Shiwen into two halves. Yi Shiwen didn't dodge, nor did he evade. He forcibly withstood this sword. This sword fell on Yi Shiwen's body, setting off a burst of blazing light. With his body as the core, it instantly soared into the sky. As the sword slashed down, Yi Shiwen also attacked at the same time. With a backhand slash, Demon Venerable Spirit Snake's body was split into two halves from the middle. His huge body was split open from the middle on the spot. The Spirit Snake Demon Exalt, who was already heavily injured, was unable to hold on any longer. He shrieked miserably as he was reduced to ashes. His soul was also completely reduced to nothingness by the demonic saber. It had even severed the soul that he had entrusted to the heavenly Tao of the void. He was completely destroyed in an instant, without leaving a single trace behind. Demon Venerable Myriad Star's attack didn't succeed in killing Yi Shiwen, and even Demon Venerable Spirit Snake couldn't protect him. He was immediately seething with anger. Demon Monarch Extreme Polarity was completely shocked. He knew very well that Demon Venerable Myriad Star was clearly a top expert of the fourth realm. Among heavenly venerables, the difference between each realm was like heaven and earth. A fourth realm expert was much stronger than a third realm expert. How could Yi Shiwen easily take an attack from demon Venerable Myriad Star, who was in the fourth realm? You're not in the third realm, you're in the fourth realm. Demon Monarch Extreme Polarity was dumbfounded. He thought of the most likely outcome. Yi Shiwen was definitely not in the third realm, but in the fourth realm. The information given to them by the Moon City Lord was wrong from the beginning. If he had known from the beginning that Yi Shiwen was a fourth realm expert, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. What a joke! Although they weren't like the heavenly venerables of the fortune realm, it didn't mean that it was easy for them to enter the fourth realm. Similarly, they also understood the gap between the third realm and the fourth realm. Damn old man! They had already vented all their anger on the Moon City Lord. If they could leave this place alive, they would definitely make the Moon City Lord pay the price for what he had done. Falsely claiming that a fourth realm expert was in the third realm was clearly sending them to their deaths. They couldn't help but suspect whether this was a trap from the beginning, a trap that lured them here. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible. After all, the difference in strength was so huge. Could the Moon City Lord not have sensed it? Or was it a trap from the start? As for the fact that Yi Shiwen had advanced by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time, they didn't believe it at all. It was simply too illogical. The cultivation of a heavenly venerate couldn't be accomplished overnight, let alone complete the transformation within a month. This had already completely surpassed their understanding, so they couldn't believe it at all. That's right, I'm already in the fourth realm. Yi Shiwen laughed heartily. Indeed, while no one was paying attention, he had already stepped into the fourth realm. In just 1 month, he had accomplished something that other heavenly venerates might need decades to accomplish. It was just that he had just broken through, so he hadn't revealed it. It was precisely because of this that he had been a wolf in sheep's clothing that he had killed demon Monarch Spirit Snake. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for him to kill demon Monarch Spirit Snake. However, there was no point in continuing to hide it now, because everyone could see that he had killed demon Monarch Spirit Snake. It was precisely because of the Calamity Breaking Incense and the others that he said the Moon City Lord had made a mistake and wanted demon Monarch Spirit Snake and the others to never return. No wonder, my attacks couldn't pose a fatal threat to you. Demon Monarch Myriad Star said repeatedly. His expression was filled with killing intent. He had lost face because he hadn't been able to stop Yi Shiwen just now. I've already said that you'll end up like him. What's the rush? Yi Shiwen laughed, unfazed by Demon Monarch Myriad Star's anger. All of a sudden, a huge hand reached out from the city and grabbed the corpse of the spirit snake demon sovereign into it. A sentence suddenly appeared in Yi Shiwen's ears. I have a use for demon monarch spirit snake's corpse, so I'll borrow it first. It was Senior Heaven Talisman who had taken action. Yi Shiwen didn't care about it. At this time, he and Senior Heaven Talisman had formed a strategic alliance. He had such a powerful helper, and Senior Heaven Talisman could also use Yi Shiwen to achieve his goal. It was a win-win result. Seeing Heaven Talisman Immortal taking Demon Monarch Spirit Snake's corpse away, Demon Monarch Myriad Star's expression turned even colder. He wasn't that close with Demon Monarch Spirit Snake, and they only gathered together because of the Moon City Lord's mission. However, he couldn't tolerate someone mocking him right under his nose. This was a slap in the face. Demon Monarch Myriad Star looked at Yi Shiwen, and a sword appeared in his hand. It seemed to be condensed from countless starlight rays. The sword rays crisscrossed, and everywhere it passed, there were specks of starlight. It was as if night had fallen, and it illuminated the chaos. He simply chopped down with his sword, and sword lights were everywhere. Every sword light transformed into the sun, moon, and stars, and shrouded the entire chaos. It enveloped Yi Shiwen in an instant and wanted to kill him thoroughly. Yi Shiwen didn't have the slightest fear. This time, He didn't use a long saber. Instead, his hands tore the sky full of golden light. This sword ray that shrouded the sky was actually torn to pieces by him. He was invincible. Not only was his saber technique tyrannical, but his body was also extremely powerful. After tearing apart Demon Monarch Myriad Star's attack, Yi Shiwen didn't stop at all. He directly rushed towards Demon Monarch Myriad Star. Ever since I entered the fourth realm, I haven't fought with an expert of the same realm. It just so happens that you're also a fourth realm existence. Then, let me experience the difference between a fourth realm demon monarch and demon monarch spirit snake. Yi Shiwen's words directly hit demon monarch Myriad Star's heart. This was a battle of wills between both sides. Although Yi Shiwen's movements were incomparably fast, his words didn't take demon monarch Myriad Star seriously at all. Instead, he treated demon monarch Myriad Star as a whetstone to sharpen his saber. However, what kind of person was demon monarch Myriad Star? He naturally wouldn't be moved by Yi Shiwen's words. His eyes were ice cold, and he took a step forward. Facing Yi Shiwen, he unexpectedly stabbed out with his sword and attacked first. Facing demon monarch Myriad Star, Yi Shiwen quickly displayed his supreme strength as a fourth realm expert. He wasn't inferior to anyone. The sword rays were like countless falling stars, directly smashing towards Yi Shiwen. In the void, a huge battle formation was formed, and its power was greatly increased. Yi Shiwen himself was incomparably brave. He directly charged left and right in the entire void of the sword light battle formation. A casual punch was able to create a huge hole in the starlight sword light battle formation. The sword rays fell on his body, but they couldn't do anything to him. They couldn't truly hurt him. However, Yi Shiwen didn't directly attack demon Venerable Myriad Star. Instead, he used his hands to prop up a protective shield. No matter how terrifying the opponent's sword light was, he was able to block it. He was able to block it completely. Every attack was blocked. It seemed like he was verifying something. Chapter 3447. Demon Venerable Myriad Star's strength was terrifying. Every move he made had the power to destroy heaven and earth. But Yi Shiwen was like a reef in the raging waves. No matter how terrifying the attacks were, Yi Shiwen was always able to resist. In this kind of situation, he alone was able to block Devil Sovereign Myriad Star's endless attacks. His hands were like a super sturdy barrier. No attack could penetrate it. He was able to block it. Every sword light that Demon Venerable Myriad Star slashed down contained his Great Tao. He integrated the Starlight Great Tao into his Sword Tao, increasing its power to the extreme. For Yi Shiwen, this was a good reference for him because he could deduce many mysteries of the fourth realm from each sword attack. Because he had just stepped into the fourth realm, although he had stabilized his realm, there were still many things he didn't understand. His cultivation was different from Demon Venerable Myriad Star. It should be said that every heavenly venerable cultivated a different Great Tao. But as the saying goes, stones from another mountain can be used to improve jade. It was a reference for him. He didn't fight back and seemed to be at a disadvantage, but he was accumulating power and comprehending his own Great Tao. This was a great opportunity for him. It was not easy to find a master of the fourth realm to spar with. It was like using a sledgehammer, constantly hammering him repeatedly so that he could become stronger. The current Yi Shiwen didn't feel like he was fighting with Demon Venerable Myriad Star at all. On the contrary, he felt like he was practicing martial arts. He was relaxed and carefree. Every move and every style contained great principles. He was indescribably confident and calm. The more he comprehended, the stronger he became. Even the stupidest person could see that Yi Shiwen wasn't at a disadvantage. Even a veteran heavenly venerable, like Demon Venerable Myriad Star, couldn't win in front of Yi Shiwen, especially the experts in the city. They laughed happily when they saw the scene. The pressure from Demon Venerable Myriad Star was too great. Several Demon Venerables attacked just now, but they could see that the strongest among them was Demon Venerable Myriad Star. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable, who could fight evenly with Demon Venerable Nimble Snake and Demon Lord Extreme, Heaven Talisman Immortal, almost couldn't hold on after encountering Demon Venerable Myriad Star. The pressure they felt from such a person was too great. In the end, it was Yi Shiwen who stood up and blocked Demon Venerable Myriad Star. This allowed them to heave a sigh of relief. At the very least, they wouldn't have their cities breached, slaughtered, and captured as slaves. The sovereign emperors and quasi-emperor experts of the demon epics fell silent. How could they not see that Yi Shiwen was not an ordinary person? Previously, they had thought that this battle was just a matter of time and that it would be easy for them to win. However, when they actually fought, they discovered that they had been too naive. This martial epic's heavenly monarchs are simply too terrifying. How can they be so powerful? He's actually able to fight evenly with our demon sovereign Myriad Star. He's definitely a man of great talent and strategy. His future achievements will be limitless. Suddenly, Demon Venerable Myriad Star put away his long sword and stood tall in the chaos with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yi Shiwen and said in a cold voice, "You're a good, revered martial artist. You're so cunning. You used my power to refine your martial arts consciousness and deduce the realms of the fourth realm. It seems that you've just entered the fourth realm not too long ago. I didn't expect you to be able to see through it." Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile, "It's true that I just entered the fourth realm not long ago. It's a pity that my Tao is about to be completed, but you actually managed to see through it. However, it doesn't make any difference because everyone from the demon epoch who came today will die. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Even if you stabilized your realm and completed your Tao, so what? Can you still compare to me? It's already very good that you can maintain your undefeated state." Demon Venerable Myriad Star sneered. "However, I don't intend to give you any more time. That was just a warm-up. Now is the real beginning." After Demon Venerable Myriad Star finished speaking, starlight shot out from his body one after another. One after another, they soared into the sky and formed a kingdom of stars in the primal chaos. Each star had a god inside it, chanting ancient and frightening scriptures. It was unknown how much time had passed since these demon gods existed. Each of their actions had traces of time. Yi Shiwen looked at the scene. This kingdom of stars contained too many starlight secret techniques. Each starlight was a secret technique. Since ancient times, more than half of all the secret techniques of the star, Tao, were contained here. There were only a few that he hadn't learned yet. With the support of these secret techniques of the star, Tao, Demon Venerable Myriad Star's strength rose at an astonishing speed. His entire person was like a demon god standing in the sky. His entire body exuded a majestic aura of the ancient era. All kinds of secret techniques of a star, Tao, were revolving around his body. Suddenly, these secret techniques and magical powers collided one after another. Each collision would evolve into a new secret technique and magical power. In just a moment, they had already fused, giving birth to many new secret techniques and magical powers. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth were contained within it. This was an extremely terrifying technique. Previously, Demon Venerable Myriad Star said that this was just a warm-up. This was definitely not a joke. He really had the strength to do this. Demon Monarch Extreme Extremity looked at this scene and felt incomparably terrified. His complexion changed, and he said, "This is Demon Venerable Myriad Star's true secret technique. Rumor has it that he has taken all the secret techniques of the star, Tao, for his own use. I originally thought it was fake. How could anyone learn all the great Tao? I didn't expect it to be true. With this move, that Martial Venerable is dead for sure." He originally didn't think that Demon Venerable Myriad Star was that powerful. At most, his cultivation was more tyrannical than him. In other aspects, he didn't count as much. However, after using this move, he realized that there was such a huge difference. With this move, Demon Venerable Myriad Star would be invincible even in the fourth realm. If he hadn't encountered a freak like Yi Shiwen, he would have been invincible. He was very tyrannical. This magic is a bit interesting. Yi Shiwen spat out these words indifferently. However, his expression was still cold. Although Demon Venerable Myriad Star's secret technique was very terrifying, it didn't scare him. Is it just a bit interesting? Although your martial epic has developed an extremely brilliant civilization, if you think that your martial epic is unrivaled in the world, then you are gravely mistaken. The magic of my demonic epic is also unrivaled, no weaker than others. Didn't you say that you wanted to show me the might of the martial epic's civilization? Now I will teach you a lesson and let you know the power of my demonic epic. Demon Venerable Myriad Star stood high up in the primal chaos. Suddenly, all the secret techniques in his Starlight secret technique flew up and turned into a horrifying flood. Then it poured into his arm and suddenly grabbed at Yi Shiwen. In an instant, the sky turned dark, the sun and moon lost their light, and the primal chaos lost all color. All the martial epic's civilization was suppressed. In an instant, this attack even suppressed the might of the heavenly Tao. It wanted to turn the martial epic's heavenly Tao into their demonic epic's heavenly Tao, turning it into a heavenly Tao environment that was beneficial to him. It was extremely horrifying. In that instant, everyone in the city clearly felt like they had lost something. It was like a fish out of water, and there was an unimaginable feeling of suffocation. It was as if even breathing had become an extremely difficult thing to do. Everyone immediately understood what happened. Some people even thought of something even more horrifying. Could this be the feeling after the Great Apocalypse? After the Great Apocalypse, the heavenly Tao would also be severely injured and disappear. It would need to give birth to a new civilization and heavenly Tao. Under such circumstances, the people born from the martial epic's heavenly Tao would have to face such a horrifying scene. No wonder it was said that only heavenly venerates could survive the Great Apocalypse. Even sovereign emperors would be severely injured and die. If one wanted to survive, they could only rely on the protection of a heavenly venerate. Humph! Do you think you can block all the martial epic's heavenly Tao? Just at this moment, Yi Shiwen shouted and took a step forward. Boundless, great Tao laws and aura surged out of his body and rushed into the sky. He immediately broke through the heavenly Tao seal by demonic venerate Myriad Star. Everyone immediately felt much better. Why was it said that the martial epic was the main character of this epic? It was because as long as one was within the range of the heavenly Tao, they would receive the heavenly Tao's help. Demonic venerate Myriad Star could only fool the heavenly Tao temporarily at best. It was impossible to fool the heavenly Tao for a long time. How could human strength surpass the heavens? This was the same even if one cultivated to the heavenly venerate stage. At most, a heavenly venerate could use power that far exceeded that of ordinary living beings. However, it was simply impossible to contend with a colossus like the heavenly way. After breaking through demonic venerate Myriad Star's heavenly Tao seal, Yi Shiwen immediately flew up and clawed a demonic venerate Myriad Star. He clenched his fist and punched out. Rumble! The 6 paths of reincarnation fist's horrifying power of 6 paths blocked demonic venerate Myriad Star's terrifying attack that was formed from countless great Tao techniques and divine abilities. One was majestic, the other was pure, but they were equally matched. Chapter 3448. Yi Shiwen's 6 paths of reincarnation fist contained the truth of 6 paths of reincarnation. It was also a great path. Although it was said to be 6 paths, in fact, after reaching the stage in Yi Shiwen's hands, it already contained thousands of paths, and even tens of thousands of paths. Everything in the world would be involved in the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was also the fist intent of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It was just that Yi Shiwen had perfected it. If one continued to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it would not be difficult to become a heavenly venerate. As long as one grasped reincarnation, one could even become an outstanding heavenly venerate. This was because reincarnation was a great Tao no matter which epoch it was. Becoming the master of reincarnation would make one an outstanding heavenly venerate. In fact, the heavenly Tao was constantly born and destroyed, and the epoch was constantly destroyed and reborn. Wasn't this a kind of reincarnation? Gasp! That martial saint actually blocked this move. At this time, many people began to suck in a breath of cold air. Such a blow had been easily blocked by Yi Shiwen. This move actually contains the great Tao of my demonic epoch. Demon Venerate Myriad Star was somewhat surprised that Yi Shiwen managed to block this move. Previously, Yi Shiwen used the saber. Hence, he had not noticed it before. Now that he truly felt it, he was surprised. When Demon Venerate Myriad Star's attack swept down, even a 4th realm expert would find it difficult to block it. Not to mention Yi Shiwen, who had just broken through not long ago. However, what surprised Demon Venerate Myriad Star even more was that Yi Shiwen could use a martial technique that contained the demonic epoch's great Tao to perfection. Martial Saint, didn't you say earlier that you would show me the power of your martial epoch's martial techniques? Why are you still using my demonic epoch's martial techniques? What a joke! Demon Venerate Myriad Star laughed loudly. You are the fool. Do you think this is your demonic epoch's martial techniques? My martial epoch's martial techniques are the exact opposite. My martial epoch is all-encompassing. We can use any epoch's essence, contain them all, and then turn them into my martial epoch's martial techniques. This proves the might of my martial epoch. To think that you do not feel proud of yourself. How laughable! Yi Shiwen said as a matter of course. Naturally, he would not let the other party's words break his Tao heart. The martial techniques of the martial epoch were very diverse in the first place. They did not just contain pure martial techniques. There were also many great Tao in them. Just like what Demon Exalt Myriad Star used, it was also the fusion of the great Tao of stars into magic. In essence, it was the same as his 6 paths of reincarnation fist. There was no difference at their level. How could they be bothered with such a thing? Humph! Martial Venerate, I have to admit that you are indeed the most powerful martial epoch heavenly venerate I have met. Every epoch is made up of many great Tao. It is not limited to just one. However, even so, it is useless. Demon Venerate Myriad Star smiled coldly. How can you compare to my accumulations? I survived the great apocalypse, so you will never be able to compare to me. As Demon Venerate Myriad Star spoke, he finally made his move. Another sword appeared in his hand. Each sword contained countless great Tao techniques, turning them into horrifying attacks as they flew at Yi Shiwen. Furthermore, each sword was more horrifying than the one before. Tearing apart the ages and shattering the river of time was no problem at all. He brought out his strength to an extremely horrifying level. Compared to the strength he displayed at the start, the current Demon Venerate Myriad Star was the truly horrifying one. So what if your accumulations are? Now, I will show you the 3,000 great Tao of my martial epoch. Yi Shiwen roared. Suddenly, his body transformed into the 3,000 martial Tao incarnations. In an instant, his strength skyrocketed, forming a horrifying power. At this moment, the 3,000 martial Tao incarnations merged into his body. Their might was unprecedentedly stronger than before. The incomplete king, grade, dragon vein in his body also spewed out spiritual energy as if it didn't cost anything. It was supporting the 3,000 martial Tao incarnations. Every incarnation of the 3,000 martial paths represented an extreme martial path. Yi Shiwen also used the 3,000 martial Tao techniques in an instant, clashing against Demon Venerate Myriad Star's starry sword light. The more he fought, the stronger he became. In an instant, Demon Venerate Myriad Star's starry sword light was shattered. It couldn't get close to Yi Shiwen at all. At this moment, Yi Shiwen had truly entered the realm of no sorrow nor joy. He had reached unimaginable might. Disbelief appeared on Demon Venerate Myriad Star's face. With the support of the countless starry great Tao techniques and divine abilities, his sword momentum could even slash a world into pieces. But now, Yi Shiwen kept shattering it. Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Tao also left a deep impression on him, because the starry great Tao techniques that he cultivated were already very diverse. There were countless starry great Tao techniques and divine abilities that he could use. But compared to Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial Tao techniques, they paled in comparison. His ambition was to completely deduce the starry great Tao and be invincible in this domain. However, Yi Shiwen was ambitious. He wanted to deduce the entire martial epic's great Tao and use it for himself. The two of them weren't on the same level. In his opinion, this was impossible. If Yi Shiwen could do it, wouldn't he be on equal footing with the martial epic's heavenly Tao? That was simply impossible. But even so, this willpower was already far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Die! Demon Venerate Myriad Star roared. The sword in his hand suddenly fell. It seemed as if the power of heaven and earth was completely contained in this sword. Then he wanted to kill Yi Shiwen completely. However, Yi Shiwen's body suddenly emitted endless golden light. The martial Tao radiated light and instantly turned into two big hands, directly catching the sword out of thin air. Bang! The big hands caught the sword out of thin air. It was like catching a white blade with bare hands. They firmly held on, preventing the sword from falling. Heaven and earth are at my disposal. At this moment, Demon Monarch Myriad Star's arm slightly shook. With a terrifying power, the sword separated from Yi Shiwen's martial arts light in an instant. Then, it suddenly stabbed towards Yi Shiwen's throat with lightning speed. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen in an instant. However, Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change at all. On his body, endless 5 rays of light directly transformed, and then turned into a martial arts lotus, wrapping him in it. The sword directly touched the lotus, but it couldn't break it. Then it suddenly flew away. This was because Yi Shiwen's understanding of martial Tao had reached an astonishing level. Therefore, the martial Tao light would also undergo thousands of changes according to his thoughts. This was a kind of martial Tao scene that had great cultivation and great creation. At this moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were like 2 rays of golden light, shooting straight at the bull, breaking through the chaos. Yi Shiwen strode forward and actually pounced towards Demon Venerate Myriad Star. His body transformed into countless arms, and then each arm was displaying a kind of secret technique, pouncing towards Demon Venerate Myriad Star. He really launched a counterattack. In the series of attacks just now, he had truly comprehended the true meaning of the 4th realm. Such a fierce battle didn't have any adverse effects on him. On the contrary, it made him stronger. He had already understood many of the principles, so naturally he didn't need to hide at this time to launch a counterattack. Rumble! At this time, Demon Venerate Myriad Star Kingdom was directly broken by Yi Shiwen. Then, the 3,000 martial Tao bombarded the Star Kingdom, smashing it into pieces. How is this possible? Demon Venerate Myriad Star's eyes suddenly widened. This is a collision of the great Tao. How can your great Tao be so much stronger than mine? What's so strange about this? One's breadth of mind determines the situation. You only have this kind of breadth of mind, so you only have this kind of situation, and only this kind of strength. Therefore, you will never understand. Therefore, it's only natural that you lose to me." Yi Shiwen laughed loudly, and then pounced towards Demon Venerate Myriad Star to counterattack. "You should have just broken through. How can your cultivation be on par with mine?" Demon Venerate Myriad Star's eyes suddenly widened. This was the most incredible thing to him. Even if a heavenly Venerate could instantly comprehend the great Tao and improve his realm, there was no way he could use his skill to advance to the peak of the fourth realm unless he swallowed some heavenly treasure. "What's so strange about this? Didn't I just say that your situation isn't good enough? Therefore, you will never understand." Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. Demon Venerate Myriad Star thought that he had already stepped into the peak of the fourth realm, but in fact he hadn't. If he had stepped into the peak of the fourth realm, he could have slapped Demon Venerate Myriad Star to death without giving him a chance to say anything. This was because Demon Venerate Myriad Star would never know how solid his foundation was. When he was in the third realm, his foundation and skill had already surpassed any third realm heavenly Venerate. Therefore, once he advanced, he would already be an outstanding person in the fourth realm. He didn't even need to step into the peak of the fourth realm. "Humph, don't be complacent too early. Do you think that's all I have?" Demon Venerate Myriad Star roared loudly. His hands formed a seal, and in the shattered Star Kingdom, a door faintly appeared in the void. As time passed, it gave everyone an extremely terrifying pressure. Stargate, Chapter 3449. In an instant, an endless amount of starlight cascaded down, forming a gate that was faintly discernible in the void. As time passed, it grew more and more corporeal. This gate possessed an unimaginable amount of power. Countless amounts of starlight in the heaven and earth were gathered together, granting it a terrifying power. This portal finally condensed under his summon, and then fiercely smashed towards Yi Shiwen. The door locked everything in an instant, freezing the chaos. The chaos that was originally like a raging wave was also frozen by the door. It was as though time had frozen, and it looked incomparably terrifying. Martial supremacy. You can actually force him to this extent and summon the Stellar Gate. However, this is as far as you can go. Demon Supremacy Myriad Star laughed heartily. The portal above his head was getting bigger and bigger. In an instant, it grew to more than 10,000 feet. Endless starlight circulated above it. It was the convergence of all the star Tao and the origin of all related achievements. Myriad Stars Gate. He actually managed to cultivate the Myriad Stars Gate, a supernatural ability that transcends ancient opportunities. Even Demon Supremacy, who was also a Demon Supremacy, was completely shocked because he had only heard of the Stellar Gate. However, this kind of supernatural power had been lost for many years. It was impossible for anyone to cultivate it. However, he didn't expect Demon Supremacy Myriad Star to cultivate such a level of supernatural power. I'm afraid that no fourth realm expert would be able to contend against this move. Once the Stellar Gate condensed, it almost represented invincibility. Everything in the world would be dominated by the starlight. At this time, Yi Shiwen also felt the terrifying pressure brought by this multitude Stargate. Even the 3,000 martial arts within his body were being crushed by this multitude Stargate. It was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. It was extremely terrifying. Immovable mountain. Yi Shiwen roared, and the spiritual power in his body began to surge. It was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle, stabilizing this terrifying wave that was sweeping over. The broken laws in his body and the shattered martial arts incarnation were all restored. Under the Stellar Gate, Yi Shiwen displayed an outstanding foundation and inside information, because his foundation and knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. The great Tao in his body wouldn't instantly collapse when he faced the Myriad Stars Gate's attack. If it had been a fourth realm heavenly venerable, he would not have been able to hold on, and his great Tao would have collapsed. It's impossible to defeat me like this. Your myriad stars gate isn't perfect enough. You can't defeat me with an incomplete magical power. Yi Shiwen's eyes were like torches as he said directly, You're right. It's not perfect because my great Tao isn't perfect. But it has already contained most of the star great Tao since ancient times. It's enough to defeat any powerful enemy. Devil Sage Myriad Star stretched out his hands and grabbed the 100,000 feet tall, terrifying gate. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, the Myriad Star Gate smashed down at an even more astonishing speed. No one expected that the situation would change so quickly. Originally, the strength that Yi Shiwen displayed was above that of Devil Sage Myriad Star. But soon, Devil Sage Myriad Star displayed a secret technique like the Myriad Star's Gate and reversed the situation. In particular, the Emperor Lords and Quasi-Emperors had truly witnessed a battle between heavenly venerables. When Yi Shiwen had severely injured Demon Monarch Extreme Malice and Demon Sage Nimble Snake, he hadn't used any fierce means at all. This was because from beginning to end, Yi Shiwen had crushed the two of them with one saber strike each. The two of them were struggling to hold on. One was seriously injured and the other died tragically. If Devil Sage Myriad Star hadn't intervened, perhaps both of them would have died at the same time. However, it was different from Devil Ancestor Myriad Star. Devil Ancestor Myriad Star was no different from Yi Shiwen. He was also a super expert who stood above the fourth realm. This battle was the one where the true techniques were frequently used. The spectators were fascinated by the battle between the two peerless experts. Although they couldn't understand many of the techniques used, they were able to display their vast might through the use of martial arts, magical techniques, and magical techniques. Amazing. In the end, Devil Sage Myriad Star is still a little stronger. Once the Myriad Stars Gate appears, even a revered martial artist wouldn't be able to contend against it. It's already very difficult for a revered martial artist to persist until now. It's just that he doesn't have a technique that can contend against it. Compared to the people of the previous era, the people of this era may be strong, but they lack some foundation. Yes, they are at the same realm, but their comprehension of the heavenly Tao is as different as heaven and earth. This battle is so brilliant. I only feel that I'm about to comprehend something and make a breakthrough soon. However, just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen wouldn't be able to resist anymore, the falling speed of the Myriad Stars Gate suddenly slowed down in the endless chaos. Then it actually stopped. Devil Sage Myriad Stars' expression changed. You want to force my Myriad Stars Gate to stop? Do you really think that's possible? It was Yi Shiwen who resisted the falling Myriad Stars Gate. It was as if there was an invisible big hand, firmly holding onto the Myriad Stars Gate, not letting it fall. At this moment, a star sword condensed from the Myriad Stars Gate. It turned into a terrifying attack and slashed towards Yi Shiwen's head. It wanted to kill Yi Shiwen on the spot while he was resisting the Myriad Stars Gate with all his strength. Master! In the city, Bian Xiaoye shouted worriedly. At this critical moment, Yi Shiwen's body emitted endless light. This light turned into a huge fist and punched out. It actually smashed the sword into pieces. It couldn't get close to Yi Shiwen at all. But when Yi Shiwen moved, the Myriad Stars Gate began to fall again. This was also Devil Sage Myriad Star's goal. He revealed a proud smile on his face. He wanted to disrupt Yi Shiwen's actions and make him fall into his trap step by step. Everything was under his control. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, a talisman suddenly flew out of Yi Shiwen's body. This talisman exuded endless power. In an instant, it flew up and crashed into the Myriad Stars Gate. Boom! Everyone only heard an incomparably loud noise. Then, everyone saw the chaos that was originally fixed by the Myriad Stars Gate began to roll again. Moreover, it brought about even higher waves. Then the seemingly powerful Myriad Stars Gate began to shake violently. Under the impact of the talisman, it shook violently. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, it began to crack inch by inch. Devil Sage Myriad Star spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt as if blood was sprayed all over the sky. He used all his strength to summon the Myriad Stars Gate. But now the Myriad Stars Gate was actually destroyed. This directly caused him to vomit blood on the spot. He suffered the backlash of the shattered Myriad Stars Gate. His face finally revealed an extremely fearful expression. In just a moment, the trump card that he was so proud of, the Myriad Stars Gate, was destroyed. He was like a defeated general. His eyes were filled with despair and madness. Impossible, what is that thing? How can it destroy my Myriad Stars Gate so easily? He still couldn't believe it. That's the supreme ancestral symbol. He finally remembered and said with a somewhat crazed expression, "So it's the supreme ancestral symbol. No wonder it could break my Myriad Stars Gate. Heaven Talisman Immortal, you bitch. You actually used the supreme ancestral symbol to exchange for his protection. Why did you do this? Why? If we wanted to protect you, our demon era could also do it. Why did you give him the supreme ancestral symbol?" He's hysterical. He's crazy. Although Extreme Demon Monarch didn't suffer such a blow, he also revealed a somewhat incredulous expression. He knew very well how important the supreme ancestral symbol was to the Talisman Dao era and how important it was to them. Therefore, they constantly pursued Heaven Talisman Immortal. But they didn't expect that it would fall into the hands of Yi Shiwen and become his trump card and greatest trump card. Do you still want to ask why? Because you destroyed my Talisman Dao epic and forced me to live like a stray dog. No matter how lowly I am, I will never join your demonic epic. Moreover, who do you think you are? You want me to join your demonic epic? Why don't you use a mirror to see who you are? If I wasn't injured, would you have the guts to hunt me down? Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable's voice resounded from the city. Her voice was filled with disdain. Yi Shiwen knew that since the supreme ancestral symbol was exposed by Demon Monarch Myriad Star, he probably couldn't keep it a secret anymore. But he didn't care. Anyway, as long as he used the supreme ancestral symbol, it would be known sooner or later. It made no difference to him whether it was sooner or later. On the contrary, having the supreme ancestral symbol was not only troublesome for him, but also a kind of deterrence. Many people who were tempted to make a move against him didn't dare to make a move. He would have to face too many opponents in the future, so he didn't care about a few more. After Yi Shiwen used the supreme ancestral symbol to break through the Myriad Star Gate, he retracted the supreme ancestral symbol back into his body. Then he took a step forward and directly attacked Demon Marshal Myriad Star. He was like a golden god of war whose entire body was emitting golden light. He suddenly rushed in front of Demon Monarch Myriad Star and blasted out a punch. Demon Monarch Myriad Star wasn't prepared at all. He was hit on the spot and was instantly sent flying. Chapter 3450. In an instant, Demon Venerable Myriad Star was hit. He was still in a trance and in a state of madness. When the Myriad Stars Gate was broken, he suffered a huge backlash. Now he was hit by Yi Shiwen's fist and was sent flying. The fist tore the heavens and the earth, shaking the universe. Wah! Devil Supremacy Myriad Star spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body was torn apart and he was bathed in blood. Before he could recover from the previous attack, he was hit by the attack. This fist was too horrifying. It shook the 6 realms and sent everything into reincarnation. Aren't you very powerful? Isn't the Myriad Stars Gate invincible? How about now? Yi Shiwen closed in step by step and rushed forward again. His fist blasted out a rainbow light that filled the sky. It directly turned into a waterfall and blasted into Demon Venerable Myriad Star's body. Demon Venerable Myriad Star's body suddenly erupted with starlight. The star laws were punched out by Yi Shiwen. It's over, it's over. Lord Demon Venerable is not his match at all. Even the star law in his body has been destroyed. It's over. How can this be? Lord Demon Venerable Myriad Star is extremely powerful. How can he not be a match for this heavenly venerable of the martial epic? Impossible. I don't believe it. How can the supreme ancestral symbol be so powerful? It broke the Myriad Star's gate in one go. Everyone was shocked. They felt a chill run down their spine when they saw this scene. This was extremely horrifying. Yi Shiwen used the supreme ancestral symbol to reverse the situation and instantly injured Demon Venerable Myriad Star. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. They thought that Demon Venerable Myriad Star had the upper hand. But now that they looked carefully, they realized that it was not the case. Demon Venerable Myriad Star roared, "Martial Venerable, you relied on this sneak attack to defeat me. You are too despicable. If you have the ability, wait for me to recover, and then we can fight again." "Ha ha ha, recover? You are too funny." Yi Shiwen sneered. How could he give Demon Venerable Myriad Star a chance to recover? He was a terrifying fourth realm expert. Naturally, he was very powerful. It wouldn't have been easy for Yi Shiwen to deal with the Myriad Star's gate if he hadn't relied on the supreme ancestral symbol. In fact, it wouldn't have been as easy as it had been this time. But how could it be so easy to use the supreme ancestral symbol? The supreme ancestral symbol was the supreme existence of the talisman era. It was incomparably mystical. Using it required a huge price. At this time, he naturally couldn't give Demon Venerable Myriad Star the opportunity to use the Myriad Stargate again. However, he also knew that it was impossible. The Myriad Stargate was the collection of all the martial arts of Demon Venerable Myriad Star. It was just like Yi Shiwen's 3,000 martial arts. If it was completely defeated in an instant, then it would take a lot of effort to condense it again. Moreover, it couldn't be done in a short period of time. Of course, it was extremely difficult to destroy such a trump card. It was only because of the supreme ancestral symbol that it was unlucky enough to be destroyed. Otherwise, it would not have ended up like this. Extreme Demon Monarch, hurry up and help block him. Otherwise, if I die, you won't be able to live. Seeing that Yi Shiwen wasn't fooled and wouldn't give him a chance to recover, Demon Martial Myriad Star quickly shouted. If it was in normal times, he would never ask for help from someone who was inferior to him. Moreover, he had already reached this point. What other choice did he have? Although Extreme Demon Monarch was angry that Demon Venerable Myriad Star was plotting against him, he also understood that Demon Venerable Myriad Star was right. If even Demon Venerable Myriad Star died in Yi Shiwen's hands, then they would all be dead. Especially since he was a heavenly master, he would be an eye-catching target. Others could escape, but he could not. He would definitely be targeted by Yi Shiwen, and it would be difficult for him to escape death. Therefore, even if it was for himself, he had to stop Yi Shiwen. At this moment, Extreme Demon Monarch did not dare to stay any longer. A long spear flew out from his hand and pierced towards Yi Shiwen. He wanted to stall Yi Shiwen and buy enough time for Demon Venerable Myriad Star. You're really courting death. If you escape now, I may not have the time to finish you off. Yi Shiwen sneered. In the face of this extreme devil lord who was rushing to his death, Yi Shiwen wasn't flustered at all. He wore the boundless nature manifestation's hand on his hand. Then his big hand suddenly transformed into a monstrous form and slapped down towards the spear. Clang! A sound similar to the sound of gold and iron colliding with each other was heard. Yi Shiwen blocked the spear with one hand. Extreme Demon Monarch felt his hand, holding the spear, tremble violently. He felt the terrifying power from the spear's body. He was almost sent flying. How is this possible? How can this power be so terrifying? Extreme Demon Monarch didn't dare to believe it. After all, the strength that Yi Shiwen had displayed wasn't just a little bit stronger than when he had fought with him a moment ago. Could it be that he did not use his full strength just now? He felt desperate when he thought of this possibility. Yi Shiwen hadn't even used his full strength, but he was already suppressing him and demon Venerable Spirit Snake by himself. The two of them didn't even have the strength to fight back. If demon Venerable Myriad Star hadn't intervened, he would have died long ago. Facing such a terrifying opponent, he felt despair no matter how strong his willpower was. What he did not know was that although Yi Shiwen did not use his full strength just now, the gap between them should not have been so big. The battle between Yi Shiwen and demon Venerable Myriad Star had made him realize a lot, especially the many mysteries of the fourth realm and the way of heaven. He had gained a fundamental understanding of the mysteries of the fourth realm, which suddenly made him a lot stronger. These changes were completed in a short period of time, so he did not notice them at all. By the time he did, he truly felt Yi Shiwen's terrifying combat power. However, Yi Shiwen was not going to let him off easily. He immediately stepped forward and blasted a punch directly in front of Extreme Demon Monarch's face. This was the same move he had used to deal with demon Venerable Myriad Star. Now that it was someone else, he was still using the same move, but the power was still extremely terrifying. Extreme Demon Monarch did not think about how to deal with it at all. He just wanted to stall for time. However, he did not expect that after stalling for time, Yi Shiwen would actually come over. This was completely beyond his expectations and plans. Bang! He did not have time to react and was directly hit. The scales all over his body also shattered in response to this punch. Suddenly, it turned into a terrifying storm that swept in all directions. Puff! Extreme Demon Monarch spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew out in an instant. Then he saw that Yi Shiwen had already taken a step forward and arrived in front of Extreme Demon Monarch. He was holding a decapitated long saber in his hand. It was the weapon of the sacred Concealment Demon Emperor. In Yi Shiwen's hand, a terrifying radiance erupted. It wasn't the radiance of the demonic path, but the radiance of the martial path. This proved that Yi Shiwen had completely refined the saber for his own use, and could exert 100% of its power. Puff! Extreme Demon Monarch's body was sent flying in the chaos. He could not stop at all. Even with his skills, it was useless in the face of this terrifying impact. Once again, such a saber came down, and he was cut in half without any defense. Blood essence sprayed all over the ground. God knew how many chaos creatures in the chaos had smelled the blood and were approaching. Yi Shiwen said coldly, "You beasts, get out of my way!" He slashed out with his saber, and these chaos beasts that surrounded him were instantly cut in half. He was not Bian Xiaoye. Even if he wanted to kill a chaos beast, it would take a long time. For him, it was just a matter of a saber. It was not a problem at all. The bodies of these chaos beasts were connected to Extreme Demon Monarch's body. They were all absorbed by Yi Shiwen and watered into the World Tree, waiting for the World Tree fruit that belonged to them to ripen. Extreme Demon Monarch's body was not only cut in half by Yi Shiwen's saber just now, but even his spirit was destroyed in this saber strike. Any saber strike from these Heavenly Master level martial tools would not only cut his body, but also his spirit. He was instantly killed. After killing Extreme Demon Monarch with a saber strike, Yi Shiwen turned his attention back to Demon Supremacy Myriad Star. At this time, Demon Supremacy Myriad Star's injuries were undoubtedly much better than at the beginning. The recovery ability of a Heavenly Master was fully reflected at this time. From the outside, Demon Supremacy Myriad Star didn't even seem to have any injuries. However, Yi Shiwen knew that this was just an illusion. After being severely injured by the Supreme Ancestral Symbol, it was impossible for his internal injuries to heal so quickly. It was just that it was only for a short period of time, and it couldn't be seen from the outside. Yi Shiwen took a step forward, and the long saber in his hand slashed down again. As the saber slashed down, the saber Tao martial arts incarnation in his body suddenly dazzled. The light was dazzling, as if it wanted to suppress the other 3,000 martial arts incarnations by itself. It instantly integrated into this saber strike. This saber strike could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Demon Supremacy Myriad Star raised his sword to resist. However, the sky full of sword light that he slashed out was cleanly broken in just one move. Then he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was injured by Yi Shiwen's slash. Just as Yi Shiwen thought, he was only strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Just one saber strike was enough to force him to show his true form. He couldn't resist at all. Demon Supremacy Myriad Star couldn't hold on any longer. He quickly turned around and fled. At this point, there was no chance of survival if he continued to fight. However, Yi Shiwen had already reached this point. How could he give Demon Supremacy Myriad Star the chance to survive and escape? 3 saber strikes landed on his body. Pucci! Demon Supremacy Myriad Star's body was split into pieces in the chaos, and he died instantly. Chapter 3451. After killing Demon Venerable Myriad Star, the demonic era's army finally couldn't hold on any longer. Their 3 greatest backers, the 3 demon venerables, had died at Yi Shiwen's hands, let alone them. How could they contend with Yi Shiwen? At this time, Bian Xiaoye and the others, who had been preparing for a long time, led the army in pursuit. They were like a sharp blade that ruthlessly pierced into the demonic era's army. At this time, the Wood Emperor also led the army in the city that had been assembled and prepared to attack from another direction. These 2 armies were like 2 sharp weapons that ruthlessly pierced through the demonic era's army. After losing their leader, the demonic era's army was scared out of their wits. They had no chance of winning in front of a heavenly venerable. Only a heavenly venerable could contend with a heavenly venerable. Moreover, the 3 heavenly venerables who led the army had all died at Yi Shiwen's hands. How could they contend with him? Even though they still had several emperors, they simply couldn't fight back in front of the absolute strength of a heavenly venerable. They could only choose to escape. However, how could Yi Shiwen let them escape? Although the human army and the satellite city armies were mainly encircling and suppressing the demonic Tao Epic's army, there were far more demonic Tao Epic's army. In addition, there were also sovereign emperor-level experts blocking the way. So, it wasn't easy for the human army. However, Yi Shiwen watched from the side and continued to attack. He directly scattered the soul of the demonic era's army. Once the demonic era's army showed signs of gathering, he would directly scatter it. As for the emperors of the demonic era, Yi Shiwen didn't kill them. Instead, he let Bian Xiaoye and the others deal with them. This was also a form of tempering for Bian Xiaoye and the others. Compared to the demonic era's emperors, the human race's emperors were still too immature. It was difficult to compare with them, especially in terms of foundation and accumulation. The human race's emperors were far inferior. Not everyone was like Yi Shiwen, who had great fortuitous encounters. Although they had only cultivated for tens of thousands of years, they could already hang up and beat the super experts of the ancient era who had cultivated for countless times longer than them. They still needed a lot of training before they could improve further, especially now that they were on the verge of breaking through. This was even more necessary. The Demon Path era's army fled in disorder. However, since Yi Shiwen had killed all the demon supremacies, and the demon sovereign emperors were being held back by Bian Xiaoye and the others, there was no one to guide them. They were running aimlessly and without direction, just like headless flies. Moreover, it was impossible to distinguish directions in the primal chaos. Hence, they could not flee at all. They were like headless flies, slowly killed. Once they tried to gather and fight the martial epic's army, Yi Shiwen would scatter them. This continued for 3 days and 3 nights before they were finally killed. The sovereign emperors of the Devil Path era were either killed by Bian Xiaoye and the others, or those who were too strong were killed by Yi Shiwen. In the end, the entire Demon Path era's army was annihilated. Although the human army suffered a lot of damage, there were not many casualties because Yi Shiwen was watching from the side. In the end, Most of them were saved by Yi Shiwen. On the contrary, when this army was annihilated, they gained a lot. In particular, this army was the elite army of the Demon Path era. Every one of them had a lot of wealth. In the end, after they were killed, they plundered everything. Many people began to break through on the spot. Indeed, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. Only by fighting with their lives on the line could their cultivation advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. When these people advanced by one realm on average, it was equivalent to the strength of the entire army increasing by more than several times. This was something that could not be achieved with normal hard work. After annihilating this army, Yi Shiwen quickly led the army back to the satellite city. Aside from letting Bian Xiaoye and the others cultivate in seclusion, he immediately went to find Venerable Heaven Talisman. Are your injuries better now? Is Demon Venerable Spirit Snake's body useful to you? When Yi Shiwen found Venerable Heaven Talisman was refining Demon Venerable Spirit Snake's body. Yes. Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerate explained. Demon Venerate Spirit Snake was also a strange snake in the demonic Tao epoch. He was born with demonic qi. The Demon Venerate origin in his body is extremely useful to me and can heal my injuries. Who was the one who injured your body? Given a Heavenly Venerate's regenerative ability, no matter how serious an injury is, it should be easy for you to recover. Even if it's a serious injury, it should be easy for you to recover with your own strength. You don't need to rely on external help. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. It was a very simple matter for a Heavenly Master level expert to recover from their injuries. After all, a Heavenly Master level expert's body was a huge treasure house. So, any drop of blood essence was a priceless treasure for an ordinary creature. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but ask. Because of this, the injuries on her body were very serious. Not only was she unable to recover after such a long time, but she also needed to rely on external forces to recover. That was why Yi Shiwen asked. He could sense that before Heaven Talisman Immortal Venerable was injured, her cultivation realm and strength were definitely above his current self. She was one of the top experts in the current world. Even after being injured, she could still fight against the Third Realm's Sacred Concealment Demon Monarch. But even so, she was still heavily injured despite her cultivation realm and cultivation realm. Therefore, Yi Shiwen asked curiously. It was an expert of the Demon Path era. I should say that I was injured by the demon ancestor of the Demon Path era. Venerable Heaven Talisman said, even if it is just a means left by an expert of that level, it is enough to catch me off guard and seriously injure me. Venerable Heaven Talisman revealed a somewhat bitter smile on her face. Demon Ancestor? Yi Shiwen asked, is there such a powerful expert in the Demon Path era? Of course there is. Don't tell me you think that only your god of Fortune Heaven is the most powerful in the entire world. The Demon Ancestor is the most tyrannical existence in the Demon Path era. However, he is different from your god of Fortune Heaven. He was born with the first wisp of demon energy in the world. He already existed when the Demon Path era was just born. From the moment he was born, he was invincible. There was no one in the Demon Path era who could rival him. He is the Demon Ancestor. You also cultivate the magical martial arts left behind by the Demon Path era. Speaking of it, you can be said to have inherited some of his mantle. Venerable Heaven Talisman said, in short, the status of your god of Fortune Heaven in the Martial Path era is similar to the status of your god of Fortune Heaven in the Demon Path era. In fact, the status of the Demon Path era is even higher. Yi Shiwen could understand that the ancestor of a clan was often the most powerful one in the clan, not to mention the ancestor of an era. Of course, he was the most tyrannical existence in the entire era. It was rare to see someone like the god of Fortune Heaven who grew up in the middle of the era. I was hit by his tricks. Although he is no longer here, he still sealed some of his tricks. Venerable Heaven Talisman said, "It is precisely because of this that our Talisman Tao era was defeated by the alliance of the Demon Path era and other eras." Venerable Heaven Talisman's face revealed a slight sneer at this moment. Her eyes were also filled with hatred. "Otherwise, with my skills, even if I am severely injured, I can quickly recover." Yi Shiwen finally understood that there was such a hidden reason behind this matter. No wonder Venerable Heaven Talisman could not recover by himself. "But how long will it take for your injuries to recover?" Yi Shiwen immediately asked. "It will probably take some time. During this time, I will try not to make a move. So, I definitely can't help you." Venerable Heaven Talisman shook his head and said, "It's okay. Just recuperate well. I will handle the rest." Yi Shiwen said. For him, Venerable Heaven Talisman was at most a little stronger than his Sword Tao incarnation, Venerable Sword. Venerable Heaven Talisman could not be of much help at all, but if his skills recovered, the situation would be completely different. It was tantamount to having an extra super expert as a helper. "Yes." Venerable Heaven Talisman nodded and said, "You better refine the supreme ancestral symbol as soon as possible." This time, the ancient eras joined forces to attack Moon City. It will not be easy for your Fortune God dynasty to resolve it. There will probably be more turbulence and chaos in the coming days. Under such circumstances, the stronger you are, the better it will be. Venerable Heaven Talisman had high hopes for Yi Shiwen. She hoped that Yi Shiwen could avenge the Talisman Tao era and destroy the Demon Path era. Although it was a choice made under desperation, she also hoped that it could be achieved. Understood. Yi Shiwen also felt the importance of refining the supreme ancestral symbol. However, he still had to wait for the world tree in his body to grow the world tree fruit. After devouring the world tree fruit, it was only a matter of time for him to step into the peak of the fourth realm. It would save him countless years of accumulation. At that time, as long as he worked hard, he would be able to step into the fifth realm. It would be even easier to compete for the throne of the Eastern Heavenly Lord. After asking about it, Yi Shiwen did not continue to disturb Venerable Heaven Talisman. He left directly and stayed in this satellite city for a full 3 years. During these 3 years, most of the elite troops of the human race had advanced a small realm. Although the rest had not advanced, they were already on the verge of a breakthrough. What made Yi Shiwen most gratified was that in these 3 years, Bian Xiaoya, the human emperor, and the sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had advanced a step further and reached the next realm. Chapter 3452. In these 3 years, Bian Xiaoya had finally stepped into the second realm of the Emperor-Emperor realm. The human emperor had also smoothly advanced, becoming the next big sister Shaojing. The sky-shaking Thunder Emperor had truly stepped into the ninth realm, becoming one of the best among the Emperor-Emperors. The human race finally had an expert in the Emperor-Emperor realm who could hold the fort. After all, they couldn't always let Heavenly Master experts take action. In these 3 years, because everyone's strength had increased, the overall strength of the human race's elite army had more than doubled compared to before. Because they were all top experts, their strength would increase exponentially every time they advanced a small realm. Yi Shiwen had also slowly cultivated in these 3 years, but his cultivation progress wasn't great. Ever since he started cultivating, his cultivation had often increased explosively. There were very few times where he could truly show his painstaking efforts, especially when he had reached the Heavenly Master realm. Any improvement would take hundreds or even thousands of years. A mere 3 years was too short for a Heavenly Master, and it was nothing at all. Because the position of a Heavenly Master was too high, every step they took forward was like cutting through thistles and thorns, opening up their own path. It was very difficult. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen didn't have too much hope. It would still take some time for the world tree fruit to mature. As long as the world tree fruit matured, everything would be simple for him. However, time waited for no one. In just 3 years, he received news from the Wood Empress that the 9 great divine cities had gathered enough power to launch a battle to retake Moon City. This battle would gather the best of the best in the 9 great divine cities. It was even said that there would be super experts at the city lord level participating. In addition to the city lord of the Moon City, other city lords of the 9 great divine cities would also participate. Even so, he hadn't received an order to attack the Moon City with them. It was obvious that the reinforcements sent by the Fortune God dynasty had been excluded. This time, the 9 divine cities planned to seize back the Moon City with their own strength. They did not want the Fortune God dynasty's experts to have a chance to interfere. Although they were all part of the Fortune divine dynasty system, due to the long period of separation, coupled with the fact that the position of Middle Empyrean had been vacant for a long time, it was difficult for the Fortune divine dynasty to restrain the 9 great divine cities. At most, they were on equal footing, just like the East, South, West, and North Empyreans. Even though Yi Shiwen had already guessed it, he still understood that even though the Fortune God dynasty was incomparably powerful, in reality, it was starting to feel a little powerless. Compared to the situation in the early days, where he could command countless followers with a single command, it was no longer comparable. As for the Fortune divine dynasty's East, South, West, North, and South heavenly venerables, as well as space-time heavenly venerables, were they really going to stand by and do nothing? Yi Shiwen didn't believe that they would really do nothing. After all, this time, they weren't just here to support the Fortune God dynasty. They were here to decide who could become a Middle Empyrean and truly stand above everyone else. Once the Fortune God dynasty had a Middle Empyrean, it would be equivalent to a group of dragons having a leader. Everything would be much simpler. In this regard, Heaven Talisman Immortal seemed to have expected this and wasn't surprised. She had experienced too much. The Fortune God dynasty's matters were no secret to her ancient era. At this time, Yi Shiwen received an order from the East Heavenly Venerables to return to Sun City. As Yi Shiwen expected, whether it was the East, South, West, North, or South Heavenly Venerables, or Space-Time Heavenly Venerables, they wouldn't be willing to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed without accomplishing anything. Without exception, they all wanted to become Middle Empyreans and become the supreme existence of the Fortune God dynasty. Therefore, Yi Shiwen expected that they would definitely take action. However, he didn't expect that they would act so quickly. Yi Shiwen didn't bring Bian Xiaoye and the others with him this time because they were still in closed-door cultivation to digest the results of the previous battle. Heaven Talisman Immortal didn't leave either. He chose to stay here to heal his injuries. Only Yi Shiwen returned to Sun City alone and found the East Heavenly Venerables and the others. At this time, several great Empyreans in the East Heavenly Venerables camp had arrived. Whether it was the Silver Moon clan patriarch, war master, or Mr. Huang, they had all arrived. Yi Shiwen was the last one to arrive. Ha ha ha, our great hero is back! The East Heavenly Venerables saw Yi Shiwen and immediately got up from the cloud bed in the hall. He welcomed Yi Shiwen into the hall and said, I also heard that you killed several demon venerables. It can be said that you have completely won the Eastern region's honor. It was just a coincidence. These people came to die, so I will send them on their way. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. He wasn't surprised that the East Heavenly Venerables already knew about it because he didn't block the news. Therefore, it wasn't strange for anyone to know. Haha, well said. But even so, you've taken the lead. The experts of the other domains haven't started yet. Only you've killed the sacred hidden demon emperor. Then you've killed the demon venerable nimble snake, demon venerable extreme demon monarch, and even the demon venerable myriad star. You're indeed powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you should have already entered the 4th realm. Eastern Lord laughed out loud and pointed out Yi Shiwen's achievements one by one. However, he immediately revealed Yi Shiwen's true cultivation level, and everyone in the hall was startled by this revelation. He didn't have a way to easily judge Yi Shiwen's specific strength, but he knew the specific strength of Demon Venerable's myriad star. Among the ancient eras that were hostile to the Fortune God dynasty, the Demon Path era was one of the most powerful eras. They had some understanding of the powerful Empyreans, so they could judge, especially war venerables. Compared to some time ago, he had made a lot of progress. Now, he had completely entered the second realm and completely stabilized it, but he also understood that he could enter the second realm of the Empyrean realm so smoothly, mainly because of his many years of accumulation. In terms of experience, he was even more profound than many Empyreans in the Fortune God dynasty. It was just that he hadn't broken through. However, the cultivation power and comprehension he had accumulated over the years were massive. It was just that the sovereign emperor realm couldn't completely ignite him in the past. Now that he had stepped into the heavenly venerate realm, the original restraints had also disappeared. However, he also knew very well that successfully stepping into the second realm had already used up all his years of accumulation. What was left was either a great fortuitous encounter, or it would be like water dripping through a stone, grinding away bit by bit, just like he had done in the past. However, Yi Shiwen was different from him. Now, Yi Shiwen had actually stepped into the fourth realm. This was simply unreasonable. Yi Shiwen's cultivation was almost in his eyes. From the beginning, Yi Shiwen was not qualified to be on an equal footing with him. Later on, Yi Shiwen could even surpass him. Yi Shiwen's progress was too fast. How could there be any accumulation and foundation in such a realm? But it was under such circumstances that Yi Shiwen stepped into the fourth realm without any hindrance. In this Fortune God dynasty that was affected by the Fate Secret Key, surpassing the third realm was almost completely above most of the Empyreans. How much time did it take for Yi Shiwen to reach this step? How could he not be shocked? And the Silver Moon Clan patriarch looked as if he had seen a ghost. He was different from War Elder. When War Elder first met Yi Shiwen, he was only in the Emperor realm. He had already entered the Empyrean realm a long time ago. When Yi Shiwen first entered his eyes, it was also when Yi Shiwen entered the Empyrean realm. And how many years had passed? It was only more than 10,000 years, but Yi Shiwen had already trampled the majority of the Empyreans under his feet. If news of this were to spread, how could they bear it? It really made him feel that there were talented people in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous one. I really didn't expect it. The Silver Moon Clan patriarch couldn't help but say with emotion, "Compared to Taoist Wuzun, I really feel a little ashamed. I thought that after breaking through the heavenly barrier and entering the fourth realm, I should be a little ahead, but in the end, my plans can't keep up with the changes. Taoist Silver Moon, you broke through the heavenly barrier? Congratulations." Yi Shiwen cupped his hands. For the Empyreans of the Fortune God dynasty, they had been trapped for many years, so their feelings at this time were understandable. It was originally something worth celebrating, but compared to Taoist Wuzun, it is just a small sorcerer in the presence of a great sorcerer. The Silver Moon Clan patriarch couldn't help but say with a wry smile. He also wanted to be proud, but in front of Yi Shiwen, it seemed that no miracle was enough. They were on the same side when it came to pushing the Eastern Celestial Master to the position of Middle Celestial Master. However, once they succeeded, they would face competition with each other. How could he not be selfish? As long as his realm steadily suppressed Yi Shiwen's, it would be impossible for Yi Shiwen to compete with him for the position of Eastern Celestial Master with his foundation and the prestige he had accumulated over the years. Everything was in the bag. But who knew that at this time, Yi Shiwen would suddenly catch up. This made the significance of breaking through to the fourth realm much smaller, and the advantage was not so obvious. Okay, the three of you have made progress. For our camp, it is a great thing. Eastern Heavenly Master's face revealed a somewhat satisfied smile. He was confident that he could control everything, so the stronger the helpers in his camp, the more advantageous it was for him. However, we can talk about the celebration later. Now, let me first say the purpose of this gathering. We are going to attack an ancient era and take it down. Chapter 3453. However, we can talk about the celebration later. Right now, let me tell you the purpose of gathering you here. We're going to attack an ancient era and take it down. The Eastern, Heavenly Venerate, said heroically. His sharp eyes seemed to shine with a divine light. Even with Yi Shiwen's willpower and courage, he was shocked by Eastern Venerate's words. He had never thought that Eastern Venerate would be so courageous. All of the ancient epochs had once been glorious existences, just like the martial epoch. Even after the great shattering of the world, the ancient epoch could only linger on. Their foundations were not as strong as the current martial epochs. However, they still had many peak experts. Just like the demon epoch, Yi Shiwen had killed several heavenly venerates. However, the demon epoch was just a side faction. Although it was distressing to lose several heavenly venerates, it was not enough to shake the foundation. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Demon Path era was. Of course, the Demon Path era was a peak era among the ancient eras. There weren't many that could compare to it, but even the weakest ancient era should have far more than just a few Empyreans guarding it. Eastern Venerate, Mr. Huang, Heavenly Venerate, Silver Moon, War Venerate, and Yi Shiwen combined. It was simply impossible to destroy an ancient era. Yi Shiwen had just stepped into the fourth realm. Heavenly Venerate, Silver Moon's realm, was similar to his. War Venerate was only in the second realm, far from the third realm. Although these people were not at the bottom of the Heavenly Venerates, they were not very strong. The only possible variables were Eastern Venerate and Mr. Huang, whose strength was unknown. This was also the only possible outcome that Yi Shiwen had imagined. Deep down, he was incomparably shocked. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate's style, boldness, and intelligence exceeded his expectations. He was originally curious. Why did Eastern Venerate dare to say that he could make great contributions on the ancient era battlefield and become a Middle Heavenly Venerate? It should be known that a Middle Heavenly Venerate was the nominal ruler of the Fortune God dynasty. To become a Middle Heavenly Venerate, strength was one aspect. However, without making great contributions, how could others be convinced? However, if Eastern Venerate really succeeded, then becoming a Middle Heavenly Venerate was just around the corner. East Lord, it's not that I'm a coward. It's just that with our strength, I'm afraid it's impossible for us to destroy an ancient era. After a pause, the War Sovereign said, "Ha ha ha, don't worry. Since I said that, I definitely have confidence." Eastern Heavenly Venerate laughed. He didn't change his attitude because of the War Master's words. As long as we can succeed this time, it can be said that the position of Empyrean is mine. No one will be able to stop me. The Eastern Heavenly Venerate laughed heartily and said, "Maybe you don't know, but there are some secrets that even Heavenly Venerates like you don't know. I only read about them in the most ancient records of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, which were left behind by the Fortune Divine Monarch. Do you know why our Fortune Divine Dynasty has been constantly fighting against those ancient eras since the day we established the epic battlefield? During this process, the Fortune Creation Heavenly Monarch ruthlessly destroyed several ancient eras, thus achieving the Supreme Tao." Sure enough, everyone revealed a shocked expression. This was a secret even to them. Although the War Sovereign had once followed the Fortune Creation Heavenly Monarch to battle, he had never been to the epic battlefield. At that time, he had only just become an emperor, so he didn't even have the qualifications to come to the epic battlefield. After all, the epic battlefield of that era hadn't been as stable as it was now. With the 10 great divine cities suppressing the world, it could be said that it had been very difficult for the ancient eras to attack the epic battlefield. The fall of Moon City could only be considered an accident. However, in the early days of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, it was truly a chaotic era. All the ancient eras fought on the epic battlefield. Emperor level experts died in batches on the epic battlefield. Peak emperors couldn't even protect themselves, and heavenly venerates fell in batches. It was an era where heroes emerged in large numbers, but at the same time it was also an era where heroes fell. Many famous experts fell, and even the fortune creation heavenly monarch was no longer invincible. This kind of war lasted for many years, until the fortune creation heavenly monarch uprooted several ancient eras and achieved unparalleled martial arts. Only then did the epic battlefield was finally evaluated, and the 10 divine cities were left behind to suppress the ancient eras, not allowing those ancient eras to break into the fortune divine dynasty. It must be known that in that era, the ancient eras slaughtered their way into the fortune divine dynasty, sweeping away all obstacles. It wasn't just a legend, but a fact. The war sovereign had just become an emperor at that time, and his cultivation base and experience were just a newcomer, so he could only stay in the fortune divine dynasty. Therefore, the war sovereign had only heard a lot about the epic battlefield and even the ancient eras, but he didn't know much about it. Could it be that the fortune creation heavenly monarch's attainment of the supreme great Tao is related to the uprooting of the ancient eras? Yi Shiwen immediately thought of something, and directly understood the most crucial information in the Eastern Venerable's words. Martial Venerable, your insight is really sharp. The Eastern Venerable nodded with a smile and said, Our fortune divine dynasty and the ancient eras have been fighting against each other for millions of years. Everyone only knows that the ancient eras want to invade our fortune divine dynasty, enter the martial arts era, and seize the fortune of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. However, they don't know that our fortune divine dynasty also wants to annihilate them, because annihilating them can also strengthen our fortune divine dynasty. The benefits are definitely not as simple as plundering the ancient era's resources. Everyone looked solemn and carefully listened to the Eastern Venerable's words. It was very likely that this was related to the mystery of the ancient eras. You should have heard of the legend about the replacement of eras, right? Among them, there is a legend about the heavenly Tao obtaining rebirth through continuous destruction and constantly perfecting itself until the legendary great Tao of eternal life, said the Eastern Venerable. Yes. Everyone nodded. There was indeed such a legend, but such a legend was too grand, so grand that even the heavenly Venerables felt that it was far beyond their reach. Just the destruction of heaven and earth was already a very distant thing. Therefore, they did not think deeply about this matter. This legend is true because the heavenly Tao we are in is also constantly improving and perfecting itself. Every time there is a destruction, a new era will evolve, and some of the past great Tao will be integrated to become more perfect. This is a self-improvement process, and the martial arts era was born because of this. Therefore, sooner or later, it will be destroyed like the other eras, said the Eastern Venerable. However, the heavenly Tao has a spirit. Although it has no consciousness, it is the collection of all spiritual wisdom in the world. Once the world falls into a destruction, countless creatures will die. Only the heavenly Venerables have the ability to protect a part of the creatures. Everyone else will die. Therefore, any creature in the martial arts era does not want the world to be destroyed, so this will become the will of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao also does not want to be destroyed like this. Yi Shiwen nodded. No one wanted to be destroyed, even if the heavenly Tao was said to be able to improve and perfect itself. If it were him, and someone told him that when he reached the peak of his Tao, as long as he died, his next life would surpass this one, and he would step into a realm that he had never stepped into before, and he would see beautiful scenery that he had never seen before, he would also ignore it, because he only lived in this life. Whether it was the previous life or the next life, it was meaningless to him. He was a heavenly venerable, a person who had cut off the past and the future. In this life, he wanted to live the most wonderful life. Perhaps someone who walked the great Tao of reincarnation could also reach a very high level, but that person would definitely not be Yi Shiwen. People with different paths could not make plans together. Therefore, he could understand the difference. The heavenly Tao itself did not have a will, but the will of all living beings was its will. Therefore, even the most tyrannical experts would rarely destroy a world, as they would suffer the backlash of the world power of this world. The world power of this world was the will of all living beings. It was very terrifying. Even if it did not hurt him once or twice, it would be enough to destroy him when it accumulated. Precisely because of this, anything that can extend the lifespan of our martial Tao epoch will be rewarded. Eastern Heavenly Venerables said, "If we can break through an ancient era, we can plunder their heavenly Tao and offer it to the heavens." After the martial Tao epoch obtains the essence of the ancient era, the martial Tao epoch will be more perfect and will be able to delay the arrival of the great destruction. At the same time, because the great Tao is more perfect, the destiny will be more exuberant, and it will be able to give birth to more and more powerful experts. We will also benefit a lot. Many people will have an easier time cultivating, and they will be able to continuously break through bottlenecks. The more perfect the heavenly Tao, the more resources there will be, and the heavenly Tao will be able to accommodate the existence of more cultivators. This is a great contribution to the heavens and the earth. Back then, the fortune creation heavenly monarch was able to stand out from the crowd because he personally uprooted several ancient eras and offered them to the heavens. He obtained great rewards. Among them, there were even powerful eras that could compete with the Devil Tao epoch. It was precisely because of this great contribution that the fortune creation heavenly monarch obtained endless benefits. Even with Yi Shiwen and the others' willpower, they could not help but feel a little shaken when they heard such a secret. They did not expect that this would involve the legendary fortune creation heavenly monarch, and especially the origin of the fortune creation heavenly monarch's supreme status. Now, the Eastern Heavenly Venerable's goal was very clear. He wanted to replicate the success of the fortune creation heavenly monarch in the past, destroy the ancient eras, and offer sacrifices to the heavens in order to obtain great benefits. Chapter 3454. Even Yi Shiwen had to admit that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate's ambition was unimaginable, exterminating the ancient era by offering sacrifices to the heavens, obtaining immeasurable benefits. Although it couldn't be compared to the fortune creation heavenly monarch, because the fortune creation heavenly monarch had brought the entire fortune divine dynasty's power to the ancient era, it was incomparable. Even so, these people would still be able to share a huge share of the benefits. Of course, the biggest benefit would be taken by the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. This was also a matter of course. He had been planning from the beginning to the end. In the end, he would definitely be at the forefront. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve it with just Yi Shiwen and the others. In the end, taking most of the benefits was also a matter of course. Of course, we can't compare to the fate creation heavenly monarch. However, even if it is only 1%, it is enough for us to achieve unprecedented glory, said the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. But please forgive me for being blunt. Although this plan seems good, the biggest problem is that we are not strong enough. With our strength, can we really destroy an ancient era? Yi Shiwen said directly, although he guessed that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate might have some sort of trump card. He wouldn't foolishly follow him if he didn't ask about it. This wasn't just opposing a Heavenly Venerate, but destroying an ancient era. It was like a country wanting to destroy another country. Even if the country was extremely strong and the other country was extremely weak, a lion would still use its full strength to capture a rabbit. Moreover, the ancient era had not been so weak. Although the Silver Moon Heavenly Venerate and the War Master did not speak, their faces were also solemn because they had also thought of this point. Since you have asked, I will answer you. Although I dare not say that we are 100% confident this time, we are at least 70% or 80% confident, said the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. Everyone here is on the same side, so there are some things that I do not want to hide from everyone. This time, we're going to destroy the 7th gold era of the 5 Elements Era Alliance. Five Elements Era Alliance? Yi Shiwen could not help but ask. Yes, the Five Elements Era Alliance. I believe that you have more or less come into contact with the theory of the Five Elements Era Alliance in the past. It is formed after the great ways left behind by the Five Elements Era Alliance were integrated into our martial arts era, Eastern Heavenly Venerate explained. However, this Five Elements Great Era Alliance doesn't only have one ancient era, but five great eras. These five great eras are the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth eras. These five great eras were born one after another, but because they were born very early, their great paths were relatively simple and not strong enough. Therefore, they faced the threat of other ancient eras and formed an alliance, which is the Five Elements Great Era Alliance. This kind of situation is also very common in the ancient era. The strong are like the demonic Tao era, independent and incomparably powerful. But there are also some ancient eras that are weaker and they need to stick together for warmth, so they form alliances. Everyone nodded. This was very normal. If it were them, they would also choose to form an alliance. Any of the ancient eras in the Five Elements Epic Alliance is considered relatively weak. It's only because of the alliance that it's relatively strong. However, during the Great Apocalypse, it suffered heavy losses and was almost destroyed by powerful ancient eras like the Devil Epic. Although it resisted in the end, it suffered heavy losses. In this era, it's considered relatively low-key, not as active as the Devil Epic. The Eastern Empyrean said, but as long as it's an ancient epic, it's our mortal enemy. The Five Element Epic Alliance also put in a lot of effort in capturing Moon City. This time, we can take advantage of the fact that their main forces are in Moon City to destroy their nest and sacrifice the seventh gold epic to the heavens to obtain great power. The Eastern Empyrean's words made everyone excited. However, Empyrean Silver Moon still raised a question. Eastern Empyrean, could it be that you've already found the seventh gold epic's nest? His words immediately made everyone understand. Indeed, in the long history of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, other than the few ancient eras that the Fortune Heavenly Monarch had uprooted, no other ancient eras had been destroyed. In addition to the fact that those ancient eras were also very strong and the Fortune Divine Dynasty had to face the simultaneous attacks of many ancient eras, the most important factor was that they simply couldn't find the nest of these ancient eras. The nest of these ancient eras was basically the remnant world fragments left behind when their own era was destroyed. Later on, these ancient eras had slowly been transformed into their nest. These ancient eras placed great importance on the protection of their nest. Unlike contemporary eras like the Fortune Divine Dynasty, their nest was their last home. Once it collapsed, they would be finished. It was absolutely impossible for them to survive the next great apocalypse. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to protect themselves, let alone those below the Empyrean realm. The so-called Empyrean could protect a group of people from surviving the great apocalypse. But the premise was that there was such a small world formed from the world fragments. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to achieve. Therefore, not only were these nests heavily guarded, but they were also very difficult to find. Their position and coordinates were constantly changing, so it was impossible to calculate. Even if there was a Grand Master proficient in the Tao of Divination, it was also very difficult to calculate. Even if they could calculate it in an instant, their position would change again. It should be said that they were calculating all the time. Only the people inside the ancient eras could find their nest through a special method and then enter it. Of course, it didn't mean that all of this was foolproof and impossible to be found. Not to mention the several ancient eras that the Fortune Heavenly Monarch had destroyed, the Talisman Path era had been jointly attacked by the Devil Path era and several other eras. This meant that the position of these ancient eras could be found by others. It was just that this process was too difficult. That's right. We have successfully calculated the position of the heptagold epic. In fact, we have been calculating it for a long time. It has already been hundreds of thousands of years. Now that we have calculated it, we have even calculated the pattern of the Heptagold epic's changes. It just so happens that they actually dared to send their main force to attack Silver Moon City. They are seeking death. The heavens want them destroyed. As the Eastern Empyrean spoke, a cold look flashed in his eyes. There were more than one or two ancient eras that had attacked Silver Moon City. Although the ancient eras rejected each other and had deep hatred for each other, when facing the martial epic, they would unite like never before. The five-element epic alliance had suffered heavy losses before, and the demonic path epic was one of them. However, when it came to attacking Silver Moon City, they still joined forces. This was because the weaker an ancient era was, the more they desired to attack the current era. They were too weak and might not be able to survive the next great apocalypse. They urgently needed to attack the current era and plunder everything they could so that they could survive until the next great apocalypse. Therefore, even though they had been tricked by the demonic path epic, the five-element epic alliance still joined forces with them. In the face of absolute life and death, any hatred was nothing. They never imagined that when they attacked Silver Moon City, their lair would be discovered by the Eastern Empyrean. This was the most terrifying thing. Now that their main force is not here and they have yet to recover from their previous heavy injuries, it is the best time for us to eliminate them. The Eastern Empyrean said, "Although I don't know what the others are planning or what great merits they plan to make, as long as we take down the Heptagold epic, the Middle Empyrean position is in the bag. No matter what merits they make, it will not be enough to overturn the heavens." When the Eastern Heavenly Venerable said this, he was incomparably confident. This might be the second time after the Fortune Heavenly Monarch that someone from the Fortune Divine Dynasty had uprooted an ancient era. Once this news spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. This was the Eastern Empyrean's strategy. Therefore, he did not probe the plans of the others because there was no need. In the face of absolute strength, all kinds of plots and tricks were meaningless. As long as one did his best, it already represented invincibility. Yi Shiwen instinctively glanced at Mr. Huang. Perhaps the Eastern Empyrean's ability to calculate the location of the Heptagold epic's lair had a lot to do with Mr. Huang. However, who was this Mr. Huang to have such an ability? He could not help but be a little interested. The Silver Moon Empyrean revealed an excited smile. If the Eastern Empyrean became a Middle Empyrean, then it was very likely that he would become the Eastern Empyrean. For the Silver Moon clan, this was undoubtedly the key to stepping into a higher level. Even he himself would obtain great benefits. Of course, the premise was that the Eastern Empyrean could become a Middle Empyrean. Now it seemed that this was very likely. In that case, there is no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. The War Venerable said excitedly. Although the position of the Eastern Empyrean had nothing to do with him, he had always been loyal to the Fortune God dynasty. Being able to eliminate a strong enemy for the Fortune God dynasty was enough to make him excited. Moreover, if the Eastern Empyrean became a Middle Empyrean, how could he miss out on benefits? Whether it was for public or private reasons, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. N. The East Celestial Master said, "This time, everyone, put away the troops you brought. We have to hurry. Otherwise, the movement of the army will be too big. I'm afraid that some people have been waiting for news from us all this time." Everyone naturally understood that the people that the Eastern Empyrean was referring to were the Southern Empyrean, the Western Empyrean, the Northern Empyrean, the Space-Time Empyrean, and the others. Even the city lords of the 10 great divine cities would pay attention to it. Therefore, it must be kept a secret. Understood. All right, let's set off. Let's conquer the Heptagold epic. Chapter 3455. Once the Eastern Heavenly Venerate decided, he would do it. With everyone's strength, there was no need to prepare. Although Yi Shiwen didn't bring his human race army, it wasn't a problem. The human race's elite troops added up to only 1 million people. Although they couldn't be underestimated, their absence wouldn't greatly affect the combat power of the main force. Whether it was the Eastern Heavenly Venerate Silver Moon or Warlord, the elite troops that they brought were not only more numerous, but also far more elite than the current human race's elite troops. Even if the human race troops had generally improved by a small realm with Yi Shiwen's help, and their strength had doubled, there was still a gap compared to the subordinates of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. What was the foundation and what was the gap? This was it. After all, the human race's rise was too short. For ordinary people, they naturally had an overwhelming advantage. However, for experts like the Eastern Heavenly Venerate, Silver Moon, and Warlord, who had been famous for countless years, the gap was too big. For the Eastern Heavenly Venerate, the combat power that Yi Shiwen represented was far superior to the human race army. As long as Yi Shiwen was there, it didn't matter whether the human race army was there or not. Everyone flew out of Sun City and into the primal chaos almost one after another. Their actions immediately alerted everyone in Sun City, or rather, everyone who was interested in them. It wasn't a secret that the great heavenly venerates of the Fortune God dynasty had brought their people to Sun City. In other words, there was no need to hide it. What kind of position was a middle heavenly venerate? It was the highest ruler of the Fortune God dynasty. How could they become a middle heavenly venerate just by scheming? That was simply impossible. Only with absolute merits and absolute strength could they make others have nothing to say, even if they weren't convinced. This was also the reason why no one had been able to sit in the middle Empyrean position ever since the Fortune Heavenly Monarch's disappearance. This position was equivalent to the Fortune Divine Dynasty's Vice Emperor. Unless the Fortune Heavenly Monarch personally appointed someone to the position, or someone had performed an extraordinary meritorious deed who could convince the masses. Therefore, the actions of the Eastern Heavenly Venerate and the others were also the focus of attention. When they left the city, various forces had already noticed them. Even now, a large number of experts had been transferred to the Moon City battlefield, but there were still many experts who followed them. Is there finally some action? On the other side of Sun City, the West Heavenly Venerate had a faint smile on her pretty face. The few of them were very clear about each other's plans. It was just that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate had made the first move while being restricted by the 10 great divine cities. From this, it could be seen that the Eastern Heavenly Venerate was definitely confident. However, they were also very interested in what exactly the Eastern Heavenly Venerate was planning. However, very quickly, she received news that she had lost track of him. However, she did not comment on it. This was already within her expectations. How could an ordinary person be able to track the Eastern Heavenly Sovereign when he personally took action? Only an expert of the same level as her would have a chance to follow her. However, the possibility was not high. If it were her, even the Eastern Celestial Sovereign would not be able to follow her. She had 100 ways to disappear without a trace. However, she also understood that as the Eastern Heavenly Venerate began to take action, the competition between the several Heavenly Venerates had officially begun. However, the current situation was not friendly. Not only were they competing with each other, but the 10 great divine cities were also not reliable allies. On the contrary, the 10 great divine cities would also become existences that would drag them down. This was a fight against the heavens, against the earth, and against the people. However, she only felt excited. She had been able to stand out among countless living beings and suppress many heavenly venerates to become the Western Heavenly Venerate. How could she be afraid of a challenge? This was also something that rarely excited her in recent years. Although she did not know what the Eastern Heavenly Venerate was planning, she did not panic. After all, she was essentially the same as the Eastern Heavenly Venerate. They both believed in one thing. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were fleeting. As long as she did her best, then no matter what tricks her opponent used, they would not be able to change the fact that she had ascended to the Middle Heavenly Venerate throne. At the same time, the Northern Heavenly Venerate, the Southern Heavenly Venerate, The space-time heavenly venerate and the others also started to take action because of the Eastern heavenly venerate's actions. Now that the people of the 10 great divine cities refused to let them in, it was clear that they could not obtain enough merits on the battlefield. They had to think of other ways. At this moment, deep in the primal chaos, the Eastern heavenly venerate and the others had completely shaken off their pursuers. I have already sensed that we have completely shaken them off, the war venerate said with some disdain on his face. As heavenly venerates, how could they be so easily tracked? Those people were really delusional. It doesn't matter. They are just some small fries. The Eastern heavenly venerate did not care. Naturally, he had already guessed who might have sent them. However, that would not affect the overall situation. They just needed to shake them off. The Eastern heavenly venerate moved extremely fast. In just a moment, they had already entered the depths of the primal chaos. Gradually, they felt that the influence of the martial epoc's heavenly way was getting weaker and weaker. Gradually, they could not feel it anymore. This also meant that they had already entered the depths of the primal chaos, the territory that truly belonged to the ancient era. Everyone became careful because they might encounter the ancient era in the primal chaos here. They continued moving forward for one day and one night. There was no day or night. They did not even know where they were. Even with the speed of a heavenly venerate, they still walked for one day and one night. Finally, everyone stopped. At that moment, Mr. Huang took a step forward. In his hand, there were tens of thousands of rays of light that turned into huge runes. In an instant, they were imprinted into the chaos. In the chaos, a huge formation was formed. On the formation, there were countless golden lines flowing in the chaos. Within these golden lines, there was an endless amount of information rising up. Even Yi Shiwen and the others could see the endless information rising with their naked eyes. Mr. Huang was in the center of the large array. Endless information poured into his body. Yi Shiwen could tell that this Mr. Huang was deducing something. If he did not guess wrong, he should be deducing everything about the 7th gold epoch. Although he already understood the operating rules of the 7th gold epoch, the 7th gold epoch was operating at every moment. He could only calculate the position of the 7th gold epoch anew. If he did not grasp the operating rules of an ancient era, just grasping their coordinates would be useless. This was because the 7th gold epoch's position would change in the next instant. He could only continuously calculate according to the rules. However, the process of this deduction was a very complicated process. Even with the mental calculation ability of a heavenly venerate, it was difficult to do so. He had to use this kind of special deduction large array to make deductions. Even if the trajectory of an arrow was grasped, it was still a very complicated thing. After a while, Mr. Huang finally stood up, but the large array under his feet did not dissipate. He opened his eyes and said, "I have already calculated his position. Let's go now." After saying that, Mr. Huang took the lead, and the others also followed him. After flying for about half a day, everyone felt another kind of great way pervading the air. They looked from afar and saw an incomparably huge world appearing in front of them. The operation of the Great Way in this world was different from any of the great ways that Yi Shiwen and the others knew before. The whole world looked like a world of Gingjin. There was golden brilliance everywhere. "The 7th gold great world, we have finally arrived," said Mr. Huang as he looked at the golden world. There was a bit of excitement in his voice. No one knew what was the reason for this. "Yes, we have finally arrived. After planning for hundreds of thousands of years, we are finally going to succeed." Eastern heavenly venerate couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. They were finally going to succeed. Yi Shiwen opened his heavenly eye and saw that the 7th gold great path really ruled over everything in this world. The 7th gold great path could be seen everywhere. This was also the lair of the entire 7th gold era. Back then, after the Gingjin era was destroyed, only a small fragment was left. However, Even a small fragment of an era was extremely huge to them. Everyone, get ready to rush into the seventh gold great world. Eastern Heavenly Venerate ordered, and everyone released their armies one after another. Although they appeared suddenly, they were all elite armies after all. They had already been instructed beforehand, so they quickly stabilized. The elite army that the few of them had brought with them numbered in the tens of millions. Their overwhelming aura was like an overturning sea. Even though they were just standing there was an incomparably terrifying aura contained within them. In comparison, the troops that Eastern Heavenly Venerate brought were the most elite and also the most numerous. There were more than 20 million of them. In addition to dozens of sovereign emperors, this force was enough to wipe out a super sect. This showed how deep the Eastern Heavenly Venerate's foundation was. When this army of tens of millions appeared, it immediately triggered a reaction from the seventh gold Great Path. In particular, the seventh gold Great Path's heavenly path immediately launched a counterattack. Although it was no longer complete, it still greatly suppressed the martial Great Path's army. However, Eastern Heavenly Venerate was clearly prepared. Suddenly, a talisman flew out of his hand. The talisman grew larger and larger until it formed a huge seal character. This seal character immediately flew into the seventh gold Great Path sky. In an instant, the seventh gold Great Path's heavenly path's pressure, which originally exerted a strong pressure on everyone, suddenly disappeared without a trace. This is the heaven sealing talisman that the fortune creation heavenly monarch refined in order to eradicate the ancient era. It can temporarily seal the ancient era's heavenly Tao and prevent it from affecting us. Unfortunately, there's only one left. What a pity,